Team Secret's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban.
I've turned up the game audio today as well. So shut up complaining. Actually, they won't. They'll probably still complain. The important part is that you get Twitch chat to complain about something else.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you know, it's the evolution of the product. The hate for the person commentating the product.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
I think we got like 30 seconds and then we should be ready to go. Oh,
The
what's we got?
Dire get a ban.
Red Bull.
Ten seconds.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Alright, let's get ready to go live in 5, 4, 3. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Singapore. One esports event here. Ready to begin the day at 2 in the goddamn morning. That is the commitment to Doha that I am showing you as we've got Team Secret versus TNC in a best of 2. I'm Killer Pigeon, back on the mic. He's ready for more Doha. He's actually rested up, right? Like his commitment meant that last time he flew 16 hours and immediately dove into Doha. But this time it's like, no, get your rest. All right, I will personally just crunk Red Bull all night. You will come in refreshed, ready to analyze the Dota for me, base kip.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
It is a fairly busted hero. You know, if I am basically fast queuing all my games to stack up my fast queues layer, playing Treant 5, you know something's wrong. And I don't ever play 5.
Ten seconds.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
It would be the ultimate power play, and they do snatch up a highly regarded support, shall we say. Vengeful Spirit is one a lot of teams are looking at right now, as it's basically the new Luna support, but it actually has a better stun and an ultimate that can save its cause. So, as a 5, works a lot better than Luna did.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
get a ban.
I think it's been mixed because people have been trying it in the offlane as well, a little bit. And the problem with it in the offlane, I think, is like the optimal way to play offlaners right now, to bring it back to your aura point, is usually right now the successful experimentations are around offlaners that can build Vlad's Helmet Dominator and just stack up auras for team.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that was kind of the interesting aspect of introducing the neutral items, is like maybe it kind of spruces things up. It's that variable that causes you to treat your builds a bit more flexibly, which I like that idea. It's just I think most people's issues around neutral items was always the aspect, and also some just being better than things you could buy. Like we removed the gem, for example, because the neutral gem was just a better.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Omni Knight.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
5 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
I'd personally say some of them are a little bit broken. You know, that Iron Talon, the poor man's shield. There's one called Aquila. You may have heard of it, the tier 2. They are pretty. I mean, I couldn't have ever imagined them sticking those in standard. That would have broken the game.
Turn to pick.
Also, I think my favorite one is Repair Kit, right? The item that always turns up just after you lost a fight and are going to be pushed back to your base. It's almost like someone has coded that way. It says, like, if just lost fight, drop Repair Kit.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Morphling.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you have to ramp your performance up, especially with a lot of teams that sat out the first major minor coming in this one. You know, maybe this is TNC going back to their comfort, right? You've got Omni Knight KP, and you have got Gabby the Water Boy. I don't think we're going to get to see the Shaker in the mix anymore. That combo did get nerfed to oblivion for good reason. True. And besides, if they did actually choose to go that way, that would mean we probably had a Venge carry. Which... Or a Venge mid, which... I don't think it's back. I feel like Venge's time as the core is kind of past.
Dire's ban now.
Ancient apparition.
Oh. I think this is AA core. Or, well, no, you say that. It could be Rubik, right? Like, because Rubik mid is still a thing. But I think AA, because they made a change, right? Now the chill and touch can be, was it no cooldown with Ags, I believe, is the change? Yeah. Basically, Wyvern.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and if you're TNC right now, you're kind of weighing up whether you want to pivot more into magic damage at this stage due to the trim. Because obviously, if you get to the late game scenario, the big part for living armor now isn't the heal, it's the armor itself.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
Where's the warrior?
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Imba spirit.
Choose your hero.
No, especially early on. That'll help a little bit, but like, for example, Tim's won't be able to shove out lanes on his own until 15. Vengeful Spirit doesn't ever really do it. Omni Knight has to commit a little bit to do so, and even then it's a bit on the weak side. Whereas Secret, the Treant Protector can shove out, Rubik can shove out, Magnus can shove out. Less so. But there we go. So it's actually going to be mid 1 Rubik, and Zai is on the AA. I've watched Juggernaut offlane with Veil when it was the previous iteration, and it's like he was obsessed with that item on every offlane. I was like, there's a point to this, but you're taking it far, Zai. especially considering J-Storm and Astar, they're facing off on the main channel right now. So if one of them 2-0s, then they're going to be drawn with TNC.
Admiral.
If TNC don't get a game here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, one of them is gonna... They might be creeping up a little bit on the points. Though it does seem like we're starting to get a fairly clear picture of what Group A is looking like, right? We got two teams at 5 points, 2 teams at 3 points, and 2 teams at 1 point apiece.
Yeah, and I don't think there's too much unexpected there. Like, no offense to TNC, but obviously a lot of these big teams weren't trying for the first major, so people always expected Secret to be up top. Alliance was a team that people weren't writing off, but I think a lot of people were expecting Liquid to be the EU team other than Secret to watch. Which, of course, Liquid. I think we maybe have some of them later today. They haven't been looking too impressive. In fact, they've dropped all their games so far.
Yeah,
but we'll get to those in good time.
Yeah, for sure. Liquid have looked a little bit discombobulated, but like you said, we'll talk about them once we get to them. We've got a pretty exciting match in front of us here.
We have. I'm looking forward to seeing what Zai can do with this AA. I thought what they might have tried doing was running the Treant as a core, but it just feels like a really finicky hero. Even when he gets good early gold, it's just kind of what do you do with it right now as a Treant.
Oh, KP saving the day at bottom is going to be able to grab both of these bounties, especially with his boots. Nice first choice when you're playing against the Ursa lane, right? You don't want to... You're not going to trade hits with him. You really just need to be able to get away if you're playing on the off lane. And it does seem like he's going to be left on an island, at least initially. It's been interesting for me over the last couple of days, well, yesterday and today, watching some of these people like Tim's and Moose trying to bring the roamers and bring the Earth Spirit back a little bit more. And I really want to see what Tim's can get up to. Is he trying to snipe couriers?
He is.
Currently?
Is he going to find it, though? It looks like he's going to be a little bit late. He might get on the return. And I kind of hate this. Like, I'm seeing a lot of supports do this. They wait for the return. But it looks like he's not. He's coming out for the second courier, which is going to be the south. A 1 and a 2 tap. And that side's courier gone.
Could eat one of those.
They'll hold the other one there with the
hiding and waiting.
Yeah, I'm glad he didn't wait, because I feel like I've been seeing a lot of Nature's Prophets, for example, that they see the courier going back and they'll snipe it then. I'm like, great, but you didn't stop him getting his items. So, kind of lost value. March will TP back to the tower. Does have a salve, will pop it straight away as they are committing to this tri lane for the moment on the side of Secret.
The other thing that this patch has exposed is that so many core players have absolutely awful courier game.
Yes.
They either have just the default courier or they have some like terrible courier that everybody got for free. It's, you know, pro players got to step it up.
We'll see. Let's shame them. Armel's vanilla. I think Armel's the only one for his team with the vanilla courier.
Expectation.
The other side. Oh, Nisha, come on. He is actually. He should be able to get away though. He did take Boulder Smash level 1, so it's a bit frustrating for him. And Puppy will keep up the aggression.
And he got most of his salve there, but it did end up getting canceled. So that was a lot of time spent just to drag this wave. And Secret, the tri-lane versus tri-lane seems to be going pretty well. And I would say that they've got the better tri-lane actually, especially when you've got AA. Such a good early game hero. He's already got the Bassi picked up.
Oh, but they're going for Treant here. But there's the other piece that's so powerful about their tri-lane. Fade Bolt instantly just negates most of the damage you can throw out. Especially when you consider heroes like Venge who rely on the minus armor with the relatively low base damage.
Yeah, and the other thing is that TNC don't really have a whole lot of, like, they can't harass and kind of chip down very much. Secret's tri-lane, however, has a lot of ways to just throw out little bits of damage here and there, and they're going on Tim's now.
Yep, one more he'll do it, and there's the first blood. Lift back into the grasp as well. Will pummel through March, and he's no regen left. He could still die, actually, because he needs to hit Puppy, who is in the trees. And there it is. One Punch Man himself. Double kill for Puppy. This is what I was saying. Like, this is a 5, right? It's like, you're getting all this gold. The question is what he wants to do with this game.
You're under tower at mid.
I'm out. Fairy Fire won't keep him alive. Nisha out playing on the mid as well, so 2 lanes going away at Secret. Meanwhile, the bot lane, it starts to reach that point where KP can get punished by Matumba Man. He has got 2 points in the Fury swipes now, but didn't opt for the Earthshock. Did see some nerfs recently.
Does seem like KP's doing pretty well down here. Just kind of dragging the creep waves around, messing with things. Almost looking at the courier now as well.
Oh.
KP, can he get it?
Oh, that's the boots as well. He'll commit for it. And there it is.
Oh no, Matumba, man.
I mean, he spotted it and tried to adjust, but KP was quick off the mark. Boots paying for themselves. I think he started with boots because he expected Treen down here to begin with, by the way. Speaking of which, Treen is under the tower. Yeah. Not voluntarily. At least Siva's keeping him up for a while, but Tim's will be the one who lives. Puppy not so lucky. Gabby just being pummeled into. Pressure's always kept on him to make sure he can't turn around.
His CS is looking pretty bad. Only 10 to his name. There are quite a lot of creeps under the tower here, but he's just under so much pressure from this tri-lane.
Ooh. And now we're just judging his ability to actually CS at all.
In fairness, he was morphed a lot into strength,
yes.
So his damage is pretty bad, but yeah, he only got like 2 out of those 4 or 5. And they're now very low on regen in this TNC tri-lane. They do have 2 couriers making their way out currently. One thing I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, the one thing I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen is, and it may have been changed, I only tested it out at the very start of the patch, but if you share control of your hero, you can carry other people's items on your courier. So you don't have to ferry 2 couriers to bring items to a tri-lane, for example.
I could see that being something that gets more popular as time goes on. Tim's is frozen up here. The stun goes out on the side. They're going to roll in, but nice sidestep from side just in time. Have they got the range? Nope. Throws out the cold feet. Gets on the eventual spirit. And Gabby, he needs to be careful now. He's got the stick, but they're going to force it out of him. They're going to force him to start continuing to morph here. He actually might still die. They just hit too hard. Puppy, can he get this? There it is, the grass through. Gabby has to sidestep it. He has got another adaptive strike, which he should turn around to do now, and he will get out. Barely, though.
Fade Bolt in 3, 2.
Yep, they got the stick. Oh, Gabby, no. Well, March tried to do something.
Dire's top tower is under
They need, so this is looking really bad for TNC, but they do have an Ember Spirit with good farm and good levels who can potentially come and rotate up here and really mess up the secret tri-lane. So I think they have to be careful about how much longer they stick with this full tri-lane, because you might have a level 7 Ember or level 8 Ember rolling through on your like level 2 tree and level 3 Rubik in a minute or so. So they have to be really careful about how they play this, since they're being super aggressive as well in the top lane.
And that's the thing. March set up wards all around the top lane. That's what he's doing when the Morphling was getting dove and killed. Is he's prepping for that kind of interruption that needs to happen to the lane later on from the Ember. But he's not there just yet. He needs to at least complete phase boots before he makes that rotation. The question is whether Nisha will match him, who does already have his own treads and double bracer. Hasn't put a point in RP just yet, though.
Yeah, look, Nisha's build is just, I'm here to hit creeps. That's my job. Might even
I'm
go
the
for
carry. You guys do some stuff on the out lanes.
Quick little stack, maybe? Okay, no, he doesn't want to miss any of the CS into the tower. I think it might still have been worth it to like get the shockwave stack on the big camp and then maybe miss 1 CS for it. But
okay, he missed 1 under the tower anyway. Probably should have done it. All right, but Timberman, yeah, he's got the phase boost now. So this might be where they switch it up, come bot and try and get a kill on KP. He's holding a point, by the way, so he could always get Guardian Angel if he wants to.
I really want to see Armel gank this top lane. Feels like it should be pretty straightforward for him. Okay, he's got the invis as well. It's probably on its way now.
Timberman forces the enrage and run back in the meantime. So, nothing will be happening bot. However, top. Armel with that invis room. Puppy is TPing down the bot. Gets out, and that means Zai's left behind. They spot that and let him leave. They'd rather have an easy kill than no kill at all. And they will find him. It'd take 4 heroes for just the one, though. They didn't find mid one as he retreated quick enough.
Yeah, I think they probably had a sense that some kind of gank was coming. And only losing 1 for that rotation from the Ember is way better than it could have been. Secret really realizing what the next player is going to be.
Here we go.
1 KP?
Yep. This is what they're waiting for, because you have all this protection from the Heavenly Grace that does nothing for you. You can at least TP away. Had to use the Guardian Angel, but this is what I was expecting, because obviously Train, one of the better counters to Omni Knight, because you've got that stats resistance that gives you nothing against all the slows.
That's true. Yeah, it's really not very helpful. I will say that I was a bit wrong. I really thought that this bottom lane was going to go better for the Ursa, but it kind of turns out in the 1v1, and especially with the boot start on KP, that he can actually do pretty well. It was very difficult for Matumba Man to actually stay on top of him and build up the Fury Swipe stacks.
Yeah, and he didn't start with an Orb of Venom, so he kind of knew that he was going to be in that situation. Whereas KP, like, the boots made sense to start with because, okay, I'm expecting 2 heroes down here that can slow me and kill
Cold
me.
feet, stunned up, dead.
And meanwhile, Poppy was trying to snipe the core of Armel. Almost got it. So they're definitely making TNC look elsewhere on the map. And all the while, Nisha, almost 100 CS now before the 10-minute mark.
Oh, and you get the brooch as well. Very
Perfect.
nice. Yeah, what do we have? So we
Extra
have
movement speed until you get your Ags to skewer between camp.
So we got Poor Man's Shield on both teams and a brooch on Secret.
Armel going for a kill in the mid one here. We'll lift him back, but another Remnant in should be enough to get the kill. He's going to continue here. Meanwhile, Earth Spirit does go down the mid against Nisha. That was the RP commit.
Got RP'd.
Worth it to open up the tower though. The damage he's putting out already. 180 damage on this Magnus. You can't leave him alone in the lane.
Just kick him away from the tower.
He's like, please, just leave this alone. Okay, we need this objective.
Yeah, it hurts so much to lose this tier 1 like this. Oh, man,
It hurts to lose your life. You need to back away straight away and accept this is falling. There you go. At the 10-minute mark, tier 1 tower in the mid secured. Outpost a piece in the meantime. And now a fight going on top. Zai just forcing Armel away. The cold feet won't proc. He's trying to drag him back, but oh no. Oh, Matumba Man. He lost the courier again. KP sniped it again. That was the Blade of Alacrity as well. He's going for the defusal on Ursa.
Yeah. Like I said, Secret, they gotta take the fight to TNC early. If this goes late, I really favor TNC's draft. Even if like the Earth Spirit might fall off a little bit and he's not having the most amazing game, I do just think that their lineup is a little bit better. Just because I'm still bearish on Magnus as in his ability to like scale late game. It feels like he has this huge power spike when you kind of get your Ags +1 item, but then later on he struggles in all the ways that a lot of strength melee cores struggle.
I think it kind of matches up with the Ursa's timing as well, though, usually, right?
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
By then, Ursa's got a Basher, maybe has a Blink or he's completed the Abyssal, so he can join you and find pickoffs. I always look at Ursa now, ever since Talons got introduced, as this hero with very weird kind of power spikes. It used to be that you had to assert dominance early or the hero was irrelevant, whereas once you get to level 20, now with the Fury Swipes damage or the Enrage duration, you can kind of get another big power spike that makes you relevant again. AP. Good. They've got the RP coming up cooldown, so this is a perfect time to do this. And he has got the Guardian Angel, but they'll commit the RP for the kill. That's a big one as well. He is wasting their time, though. Taking a little longer than expected. The final clap will come out, and Matumba Man gets the kill.
Man, Nisha is getting so active. I thought really that with the build he was just going to be hitting jungle creeps the whole time, but he's found 2 different kills with 2 different RPs. He's also taken out that mid tier 1 tower. He's having an absolutely phenomenal game so far.
Most definitely. The Echo Sabia allows him to get active. I like to see that instead of just rushing the Ags, right? Like, there's certain heroes that you just kind of see that value over getting those kill type items before getting a farm item. It's a bit like people who build phase boots before completing the Midas.
Yeah, and you need the mana regen now, I think, as well. After they've changed the Ags so that it doesn't give you a free skewer, it's only a 40 mana skewer. You do need that little bit of extra mana regen, and Echo Saber just is it makes a lot of sense on Magnus. Probably one of the best mana regen items you can go for. You're not going to buy like a Yule's or something like that.
No, and getting that Iron Talon allows them to just keep farming up quickly anyway.
Yeah, that's true. He's farming super fast. This is going to be an insanely quick Ags.
Smoke rotation. Looking for someone mid, considering there's no tower here. They know anyone that's dangling around this area is vulnerable.
They know where Gabby is. They're going to try and lead the blast.
Oh no, it was seen. Daytime. They will find someone else though. Sims was hanging around, tanks the gank. Even though Gabby didn't need it anymore.
Yeah, he just kind of walked in, didn't press any abilities.
It's like an okay then moment. Yeah, another thing that makes Train so good at the moment, that living armor. Even 1 point, just give me the extra armor against Roche, and they know what's going on. But
Tumbleman's already taken a lot of damage, though. Another Sleight of Fist coming through. Yeah, they can't just walk in like this.
They needed Nietzsche to tank from the start. That was the only way that works out. Speaking of which, Nietzsche is looking to fight right now, and Armel stuck in the overgrowth, but there's the use of the Heavenly Grace getting out straight away. Skewer forward, won't flip. And Zai is almost dead. There's Purification Heal that's stolen. Ice Blast through, and they got him. Armel's down. KP in no man's land now. They're holding on to the RP. They don't need it just yet. Now that he's on both the supports, looks good, but Tamam the Enrage still running. Kills them off quick enough that he shouldn't die. It looks like Morphling's going to bait himself in. Gabby, what are you doing here? They do get the kill, but it costs them 4 heroes for 1. Anisha, he's going to make it 5. KP, he thought he could hang around, drag back into his death as Mid-1 secures the 5th kill for Secret.
Huge miscalculation from Armel there. He went for the slight. He wanted to try and kill Zai. He had the Remnant out, but he only had 137 mana. And he popped the regen, but it instantly got canceled. And so he comes out of that slight and just immediately dies. He's going to try and clean up here a little bit.
He needs to be careful. He can actually die for this. Ice Blast, Cold Feet as well. They need more damage. Nice swap to get Puppy away to make sure the damage isn't there. It looks like Armel should be fine, or is he? Fate Bolt. One more hit will bring him down. He doesn't shatter. They couldn't get the final pummel out. And Puppy needs to retreat. Black Fist will spot him out. He'll look to heal up though. Throws out the Nature's Grasp and Fate's in March. All of a sudden, March may be the one in trouble. Jump in and doesn't even get the kill. Puppy stays alive.
Armel did not... I thought he had enough for the Searing Chains, but he didn't throw it out when he used that slight, so...
Well, I thought he might hang around to at least Sleight of Fist.
Yeah,
right?
cast like one more
That was the thing I was waiting for.
Oh, that was a really bad sequence of events. It looked really good for TNC when Secret bombed all of their debuffs on Armel, and then instantly the Heavenly Grace came out from KP and kept him alive. It looked like a big turning point for that fight, but unfortunately couldn't quite keep it going after that. And that's Dota for you. You make one little mistake and you lose a big fight, and that can just completely change the trajectory of the rest of the game. And TNC, with the position that they're in, they can't afford to be making these mistakes. They're already pretty far behind.
KP's definitely trying to carry them back into this. Even manages to pop 1 neutral and get the Aquila for his core. His core will sit back and not look to aggress on the Matuma who does have that Diffu now active. So Armel might just start having to keep a Remnant behind him, just in case. But they have the lockdown to kill him before he can even Remnant out. If they get the lift, the follow-up... Ice Blast in, there's the lift, the overgrowth, and that's what we're talking about. The Guardian Angel will not buy him enough time. As he's in the Nature's Grasp too long, KP will run away, and in the meantime, Vengeful Spirit getting picked off solo by Nisha. Not even using the RP this time.
They planned that so well. And even though the Morphling is farming, but TNC losing their big cores, Natus just doing whatever he wants on the map.
Well, they're going to try and interrupt him right now. He doesn't have an axe in time. It just arrived, so the skew is still on cooldown. So we'll just back away. If that arrived a few seconds later, though, he would have probably turned around. His Secret were rotating in from the primary jungle.
And I don't think TNC can take a full 5-on-5 anymore. And you can see that they're kind of avoiding it. I liked the move on top, trying to use their 2 strongest heroes to just buy time and delay, but of course losing Armel the way that they did makes it look like a much more questionable move. They really need to wait a while and get this Morphling online, but I'm not sure if they're going to have the time at the pace that Secret is playing.
No, KP keeps getting picked up like this. He seems to be key to everything, and Secret have had enough of letting him free farm. No more, they say. They know the Morphling will not be ready, for several more minutes, and Armel is struggling to stay in this game. And
Mid-1 takes the 60 damage on Rubik. That's, there you go, that's some confidence.
That's
telling. Philosopher's Stone. Nice.
By the way, Armel's in trouble. Ooh. Okay, they were charging the overgrowth there. His carry senses were tingling. He backs out just in the nick of time. 1 more second, and definitely an Ember would have been dead there. But now they're just pushing 2 lanes at once, but Man's happy to sit here. Even though he doesn't have the Aegis, it's not a kill because of the Enrage. Meanwhile, Nisha cutting top, prepping for a push on the tier 2 there. The NC's map is getting pretty small. Morphling is doing the sensible thing, though. He's playing in the bot lane, where they've secured vision, so that he should be safe to farm down here. Although if he's not careful, Rubik gets found out. And in the meantime, Venge goes down on the other side of the fight as Mutumman finds that solo kill. Armel now needs to retreat. They've got the overgrowth. Will connect. Nisha goes the other way, though. Didn't skew towards Armel. He wants KP. Mutumman is here to assist with that. Will he RP for it? He says, nope. Not worth the Heavenly Grace. Too tanky of an individual. And Armel's buying a lot of time here. This is time while Gabby farms and while he ensures that Secret cannot take another tower. However, they've had enough of this. They are rotating bot. They are dangling Zai, but no one wants to nibble. No one fancies taking the bait.
Secret with like a full swap. You can see the intent. They really just want to march all the way down this bottom lane. They know that TNC, Gabby's been hiding down here on their side of the map, so probably deward a little bit, take out this tier 1, and just make the bottom side that much more inaccessible for Gabby.
They're going mid, but Puppey is not a good target. Windlace, Brooch. This is a speedy tree.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
That drinking with his feet didn't slow him down too much, and there's a smoke movement coming in from Secret. They're looking for Gabby. Ifu slows him down, but wait for him through to make his escape. Timmerman will be stopped in his track by the adaptive strike, but that's just space for Nietzsche to take the tier 1 bot. And he might just push him for a tier 2 now.
I thought that Secret didn't have enough building damage, but turns out Magnus is just slapping buildings like nothing else.
No.
He's got 12k net worth.
A 3.5 strength gain hero with Empower? That don't be silly.
With a
only
better
0.5%.
Empower. Yeah.
This is true. It's only double the gains on a Magnus. I'm upset that they changed the description, because when it first came in, I think it said Magnetor. It didn't say Magnus. But alright, next hero being added is going to be like Magnus's lover, I guess.
A Magnetor clan.
Yep. Ursa, he's ready to fight here. The Ice Blast coming in looking good, but they're going to spread out the damage from the Earth Spirit. The RP thrown out into one. Omni Knight is stunned on the spot, but so is Nisha. Now moving in, trying to re-engage. March down to half HP, but Timmerman needs to retreat away. And Nisha will give over the Aegis, but Gabby is extremely low. Has to get away quickly. They're still chasing with Timmerman, who will turn around, bring one with him though. And looks like Nisha will make his escape. A good fight from TNC, but they still lose 2. Secret, they could still push off the back of this. Sure, you lost Matumba Man, but you've still got 4 heroes.
That was not the worst fight for TNC, gotta say. The fact that they managed to get out with only the 2 supports lost, and they popped the Aegis, did pretty well for themselves.
Yeah, especially when you consider that the RP was used, the overgrowth was thrown out as well. All in all, a good fight from TNC. Should repel Secret somewhat, and now they're looking to actually engage with Secret. Armel goes in pretty deep. Needs to respect the damage coming from the Ice Blast thrown out. Morphling baits himself inside, gets the kill before going down himself, and now KP, he's in a little bit deep. Nice Searing Chains coming out, the stun control looks good, but these 2 are tanky. And Trian, he's charging up the Meteor Hammer, will stun on the only one, and will then go down. Nisha activates the BKB though, goes into the Tims, clubs him down, kills him off, and we're seeing it all over again. The Magnus effect. Everyone around him is killed, and he's left to fight alone. But Ursa now here to assist. Skewer through, chasing on the KP. Armel will TP out successfully, but barely, as the Skewer was coming off cooldown. And Nisha will chase through. Nice Glimmer Cave by KP. Ursa is waiting, and they don't see the opportunity. Although they might if KP's not careful. It looks like he'll be fine though. He saved the Heavenly Grace to make sure he could debuff the Skewer slow.
KP's still just playing around there. I don't know if he really accomplished much, but it's like, oh yeah, they definitely don't have any detection here. I guess I can just play with my Glimmer Cape and be fine. Bad fight from the perspective that they lose the Morphling, but it is looking okay for TNC that they're starting to hold their own a little bit more in these 5-on-5 engagements. And that was the 10-second Magnus BKB also being used. Though at the rate that Nisha is farming, he's probably going to stay relevant longer than some of the other Magnus games that we've watched in this event. He's already level 20, heading straight for the Daedalus.
Yeah, I think this is, it's fair to say that if he stuns KP at the start of the fight, there might not be a Guardian Angel to save the day.
They can kite him though, and they do have the Omni Knight to deal with like a potential big RP and stuff, so long as KP doesn't end up dying first.
That's the thing about this type of lineup. The weakness for TNC is that if you find the opening kill to Omni Knight, there's not really a way that they can do anything. Like, you maybe have a swap, but March is still only level 1 swap. So the range is pretty negligible.
He's setting up for Armel down here.
He is. Overgrowth. Jump in. Meteor Hammer being charged up as well, but the bash is already good enough. Meteor Hammer just ensures there's definitely a kill.
Under attack.
All the while, Nisha top pushing in as well, so the tier 2 will also fall up here to Secret. And the map is looking pretty naked for TNC right now, because that's going to be their final out tower falling.
Top tower is gone.
I'm not feeling convinced by the idea that TNC have shown they know how to play against the Treant. I think they wanted to try letting it through, but the Treant just wreaked so much havoc in the tri-lane versus tri-lane, has enabled other stuff through the living armor, and now is making, like, the first pick hero from the enemy team is making your last pick hero feel like it's having a hard time playing the way that it wants to, and that just sucks. So
it's just kind of the awkward issue of Morphling in general at the moment, right? It's like this hero is slow to get online, and we already talked about this meta shifting towards more kind of a 5-man death pool by around the 20-minute mark. Something that Morphling doesn't usually get in support of unless he has a great start.
Yeah. Morph is getting pretty big, though. Do have to, Secret, there's still this obstacle of actually closing out this game with the lineup that they do have. They can, of course, just maintain almost total map control. They've still got some tier 1s remaining. So on the one hand, they've got a ton of map control, but if this game swings, this 8k net worth lead is going to disappear in an instant, because TNC are going to take 2 tier 1s. They're going to maybe claim some bounties. So it's really still going to come down to the fights more than anything.
And to help that, Puppy almost has the Blink Dagger. We've seen how important that is to shut down the Ember, who almost has his BKB complete now.
Man, are TNC really going to get 3 bounties?
That's just gold. Who cares? Jump in. Nice blast, nice swap out. And the stun comes down to Zai. Needs to retreat into the tree line quickly. Slows him down a little bit, but Slight Fist kills him off, and March surrenders his life for the cause.
March denied the bounty. Or did he?
He's like, okay, I know what.
Oh, maybe he didn't get it quite in time. I think Matumbo Man picked it up, but I saw the projectile flying at it.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah, it was the right idea for sure.
Oh, Spider Legs grabs. Nisha looking on the KP, but decides against it. They did steal the Heavenly Grace. Not bad with a hero that is already pummeling through the enemy team pretty hard with his crits and his Empower.
Mid 1 has been super useful with Heavenly Grace and Purification steals. Yeah, it's definitely been like the silent MVP of some of these fights. And now he's got the blink, so game is getting even harder for Armel. They really need him to continue split pushing to buy more time and get the Morphling online with his follow-up item. I think he needs the BKB after the shotgun as well, but it is not easy for Armel to split push, and he's kind of the only one that can do it currently, or even remotely try. It's a tough situation to be in.
The awkward part is he can still die even with the BKB, right? Because if he gets caught with the overgrowth, Ursa can just delete him from the fight. Especially considering Ursa almost has 20, which he'll probably take the Fury Swipes damage to burst down heroes quicker.
Even if he gets, even once he gets the BKB, if he just gets blink lifted by the Rubik, Zai is gonna delete him instantly. Like he's got the Grove Bow, he's got Spirit Vessel, he's got Ice Blast. Like,
speaking of Zai, he spotted a tree. KP was insanely deep in secret territory, and I'm sure he'll keep it a secret what he was doing here. As the team converge and find themselves a pretty easy kill.
Nisha wants his streak. Magnus has changed so much when you give him this like free mobility. Not free, of course you do have to pay quite a bit, but it's far better mobility than almost any other hero can pay for, right? 4-second cooldown, 1700 distance skewer. You
know, this wouldn't be like the most insane thing if it wasn't for the fact that a long while ago now, Blink Dagger got increased to 15 seconds, right? Like back when it was 12, you're like, the difference isn't insane. But now, compare it to any other hero, like who can get close to that? Well, I guess Matumbo Man was mini Blink Dagger and Abyssal and mini Blink Dagger and Shock.
That's true. He's got his own little mobility tools. Man, the Mag has full Daedalus
but not
now.
every 4 seconds. And he's going for Satanic next. He's going to be nigh on unkillable, but the question will remain whether his team around him will stay that way as well, because that was the issue of the last fight. Luckily this time around, when you fight next, Matumbo Man does have that Aegis. And Has
Gabby
now
took the
surpassed
spider
that
legs
now.
and just straight up sold his boots.
I blame him. I am a
I
big
guess-
spider legs fan.
He's definitely the one keeping the spider legs then for the rest of the game. All right, so this
Right
is
now,
what it comes.
Armel's like, come on, bro. I could use these well. No.
This is what it comes down to. Can TNC hold this push? If they can hold against the Aegis, if they can hold against these new items, I think they can still win this game. But it's going to take some pretty crazy execution to really make this work.
Definitely going to be a big hold if they can pull it off. Glyph already expended due to the meteor hammer slapping into the tower, and all the cores are outside the base right now for TNC. If Puppy sees this, he has a blink dagger as well. Oh no. They could catch Armel. They can force it out of him. The left, he won't even get a chance to BKB this race. He's just gone. They find the kill event under the tier 3 tower as well. The one that was, rather. The buybacks come out straight away, though. Needs to hit up by the Yules. The Timberman, ready to fight. Will force March to cancel his TP in. Nisha just waiting. That Heavenly Grace hits so goddamn hard. How do you do this? Swap in. Looking on Timberman. Just shotgun him down straight away. Aegis has already gone. Manisha hitting in. Looking on the march. One more hit would do it. The swap out just in time. No. Aegis gets the kill. Now skewer back. Gabby says anything you can do, I can do better with the RP. Jumping Nisha. Big plays with Timberman now turning around. But there's the Guardian Angel to protect against the damage from BKB. Nisha going to force them away with the skewer. Gabby far away from safety. But Timberman, save for him. The enrage won't last long enough. He will go down. Dead for 75 seconds. Nisha will retreat. But will leave behind his captors. Puppy sacrifices his life to ensure the rest can escape. However, Tim's still hunting. Will look the wrong way. Looks like Secret do only lose 2 for that. They didn't get the racks, though.
Amazing split on that fight from TNC. This is more of what we want to see from TNC. They get the swap on the Ursa under the tier 4 towers as the roll is coming from the Earth Spirit. So they put the Ursa in a super compromising position, and at the exact same time, Armel is jumping into the backlines with his BKB, and he's pressuring Zai. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the kill because the overgrowth came out, and he couldn't chase it down just to finish it off. But still, given the situation that they were in, beautiful hold from TNC.
As you said, critical moment. If they could hold there, they could actually get out and do something. They're trying right now, but there's going to be a move on to Gabby. They push him in the Ice Blast. Does wait for him away, but he can't look to go back in too hard here because Nisha is just pummeling through the back line. They will lose their own back line, though. Secret, both supports going down. Or one of the supports, and of course the A as well. But Nisha, BKB again. You're away. Armel, one big hit would do it. He gets him. The crit as well. And KP, he needs to retreat. Forced up down to the low ground. But Nisha, he's got another skew. He's got cheese. There is no escape from the Magnus. Fear him. But he has the mightiest of horns. And the biggest of crits. Straight away, he's like, I'm just going to eat the cheese. I need to skew him more, guys.
Yeah. Armel's BKB was off cooldown. But he just kind of got
I don't think he
stuck.
expected the crit. And then it was just like, okay,
Yeah.
I can't move quick enough anymore.
Well,
And Nisha, all the damage he does.
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
great hold, but then TNC, I feel like not giving Secret quite enough respect as they go pushing, and now they're going to lose a lot. I don't think they can hold it at the Ember. So this might even be Megas at this point. They do have BKB on Gabby, but I don't think he can 1v5 this fight, basically. I guess they can wait for KP to respawn naturally.
Yeah, but it's going to definitely be a 5-on-4 engagement because Secret will not wait around. Perfect opportunity to try and close out the game, and they'll take it. They want those mega creeps, and TNC's lineup, they don't hold great against those mega creeps. Look at Tim's. He just got 15. He could finally have the damage to actually take out normal waves. Swap out, but it's already too late for March. He's going to go down. In response, they will find Puffy. The buyback comes out from the captain of Secret. And Tim's getting low extremely fast here. He can't finish him off quick enough, though. Skewer, RP, onto 2. Ice Blast through gets them, and that should be enough to secure the game. TNC, 2 down on the deck. What have they got left in the chamber? Gabby has no buyback. The GG comes out. Game 1 going the way of Secret.
Just a complete and utter masterclass from Secret. Winning mid lane really hard, especially with that solo kill. The tri-lane versus tri-lane worked out fantastically. Didn't really feel like Earth Spirit ever found a foot.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
You righty.
Dire's ban now.
Awesome. Like 20 seconds, then we're good. Man, I played the ads at the perfect time. So good. So good. It's the ultimate power play right there. All right, you ready?
Yep.
Let's go live in 5, 4.
10 seconds.
Welcome back, folks. Team Secret versus TNC. Team Secret took game 1 with a show of dominance, but game 2 will be the same. TNC already looking to address that early on in the ban phase by already removing the Magnus, and I'm expecting a Treant ban just about now.
Yeah, Secret do have first pick again, so
Radiant's turn.
You'd hope.
feel like they should get rid of it. It's interesting that we have the exact same setup. So it shows that both teams have flipped priorities, right? Secret probably prefer Radiant to Dire, and like TNC picked Dire in this game, and Secret picked first pick. And I think in the previous game it must have been Secret taking Prince, and they picked first pick, and TNC took Dire. So if these two teams play, this should probably be the case, unless TNC meet them later on and decide that they need to change something up as we're heading through the tournament.
I'm just kind of worried that they're not going to ban the Treant again, to be honest with you, Basecap. I feel like the issues came from that lane, right?
Yeah, I feel like that was a big part of it. I think there were a few critical misplays as well from TNC. I don't want to flame Armel too hard, but not having the mana for the Remnant in that one fight, I do think actually cost them like 2 or 3 kills and a fairly significant comeback opportunity at that point. So, and I think the draft also, they need to change things up a little bit. But that tri-lane versus tri-lane was just so awful, especially when they'd picked they picked their support duo so early, and it really telegraphed very easily to Secret, like, this is exactly what our tri-lane is. Their lanes were very rigid. They didn't have ways to move them around, and so as soon as Secret went on the aggressive with the aggro tri-lane, they had no other way to set their lanes that would be better. And that was a big thing about the Ursa pick as well, is it like clinched these lanes because it meant that TNC had nobody to really match up against the Ursa. And wow, okay, Secret gonna be allowed to have the Treant Protector again.
I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? I think TNC, you mentioned they had the issues around like the carry being a little bit slow to come online, being forced in an awkward tri-lane. I think also the Earth Spirit, I just feel like it's not his time. I feel like right now we're still in a kind of motion where your 4 has to have some way of shoving out lanes relatively easily without much threat to themselves, right? Like Rubik steals 1 spell and does that from safety. Earth Spirit's a perfect example of a hero that can shove out lanes if he hard commits himself and puts himself in a vulnerable position to do so. He'd rather be off killing people constantly. Really add up when you're behind.
Yeah. It's just a hard hero to make work. I think you're very reliant on having a ton of impact in the early game, and then if that doesn't happen, then what's your role, really? This is not a good look for TNC, that they're already digging into their reserve time in like the first phase. I guess they're just deciding, okay, what other heroes do we know that we like? What are our other signatures? What should we try this time? And they're going to come back with the Beastmaster. I would say previously, Beastmaster was a pretty good go-to offlaner against the Treant Protector. The vision is super useful, and being able to chop down his trees does limit his mobility and his chances to just kill you in the early game. A little bit different now that Treant Protector is not exactly his invis is, well, not even his invis, but his tree walking is very different from how it was previously, but still a decent idea. And already looking better from the dealing with Treant perspective than they were in the previous draft. So I think this opening is fairly safe, but a lot of it is still just old TNC heroes and drafts, and it feels like they're just trying it out on this new patch.
Yeah, just get the deforestation planning quickly so that Treant can't have an easy lane. It should be pointed out actually like that Nature's Guy's access at the other levels is quite important because this hero is naturally very slow. Nature's Guy's movement speed increase was making up for that difference. And oh, okay. Well, Team Secret want to prove to us how Morphling can work.
Okay.
Maybe if they run it in the mid, I could see some sort of aspect of that. I mean, you know, it's Nisha, right? So you'd expect this.
I do.
But that means you're definitely going to have an inactive mid.
Yeah, I really wonder what about TNC's opening makes Secret want to take Morphling so early like this.
Ban now.
To me, it's just a little bit weird. I don't know if this is like a, hey, we're going to show you how it's done. This is how you pick and play Morphling, by the way. You pick Morphling and then you ban Ancient Apparition.
I mean, that would be the ultimate kind of assertion of dominance. Like, okay, let me teach you much. Okay, step 1, Morphling is counted by AA. Always ban AA.
We're just here to flex.
Seconds.
Just taking notes right now. It's like, What else, Poppy? Teach me. What is the other hero you need to absolutely ban against Morphling, especially as this is probably a mid Morphling?
Ban to protect your Morphling.
Yeah, to protect the Morph on the lane. Because usually if you like do this, your whole ban phase in the second phase has to be around
OD
that.
is El Clasico. That's the
Yes.
gotta ban it. Otherwise,
It got shifted a little though, right? Because like the changes to an extent meant that Morphling, like he builds stats to a decent degree. There's a lot of neutral items now that increase your stats and thus your mana.
Yeah, that's
dominant?
true. It probably has changed a little bit, but I imagine it's still fairly similar. But it could also be that like Secret might even be going one step ahead, and they're like, oh hey, yeah, pick the OD, go for it. We're gonna take Pugna, we're gonna take Silencer or something, and we're gonna make your life miserable if you do that. So Secret might be getting in TNC's heads, but
10 seconds.
They ban out the Disruptor though. A decent choice, especially against the Morphling. Glimpse back into an instant Static Storm can delete that hero. The blink of an eye. And the Timber ban coming out from TNC. So it seems TNC are going to opt for more strength cores probably. Hence the ban out of Timber in the second phase.
Yeah, Timber's been very popular this event, but also another one of these heroes that has not had the best performance. Timber's maybe been okay. It's one of the most contested, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
So-
I think the problem with those ones, they're always kind of deceptive, right? Because let's be real here, there are teams at this event that you could argue are not on the same level as their opponents, and that's where
true.
you get a skew in those comparative numbers. It's the same situation,
But
like,
yeah.
for example, if you allowed Treant to be had by maybe Aster or J-Storm that are looking like the weaker teams here right now at the moment. And you would Team
he does
Secret,
have
and you beat them.
Seconds remaining.
He's got 14 bans and 5 picks and only 1 win.
Yeah.
So teams are clearly thinking about the Timbersaw quite a lot, but again, how strong is he really? I think a big part of it is that TNC just don't want the potential Timbersaw just laning up against their Beastmaster, and like you said, yeah, here they're also picking up more strength cores,
And-
so it makes sense that they want to get rid of the Timber.
I was wondering if this would occur. I think this might be a support Beastmaster to deal completely
Ooh,
with
okay.
Treant.
All right, I can kind of see it.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen TNC run Legion mid, and they don't run Legion support as far as I'm aware from their recent games. I know 1 or 2. I
Right.
think Aster were one of the teams in China, for example, that were running Legion as a support.
So
I haven't seen any SEA teams do it.
yeah, so you're just saying from the perspective of like, oh hey, they have 2 KP heroes here. Which one is more likely to be the one that somebody else is playing?
Yeah, like they have flex, right? But to be honest, I'd say Beastmaster as a support works a lot better by default than Legion Commander as a support, right? Because you still
Yeah.
got the boars, you can build an Orb of Venom and run heroes down.
Yeah, and if you're mostly just relying on the axis to like cut down some trees, your aura is still going to be useful. Doesn't seem like a terrible idea. And you're always going to have, for both of these heroes that they picked so far, the Maiden Aura is going to be nice and useful. Secret now taking a little bit of time to think about their options. I don't know if they were thinking about the OD a whole lot. They want some other save, so they will just go for the Wyvern. Nice to have the Cold Embrace against either the Roar or the Duel.
Also good against the Beastmaster on the lane with the Boars and the Splinter Blast.
Yeah,
that's always guaranteed.
Yeah, and even just using the Curse against a team that has a bunch of auras makes it that much stronger, right? They've already got a couple of melee heroes, and now they're likely going to have a couple of auras getting stacked up. Would not be surprised to see a Vlad somewhere in there, and that's just going to make the Curse that much more potent. And Secret's teamfight is looking fantastic currently. Like, they've got 2 big team fighters in the support positions, and then still room in the rest of the draft to grab even more teamfight if they want it. So, but this Winter Wyvern pick seems fantastic.
I always favor it in the CM versus Wyvern matchup, right? Because it's like one will instantly delete the other from the fight. Like, oh, the CM is rushing forward right now. I'm just going to Witness Curse her. That'll offset the aggression, and she will inevitably die because it's not a hero renowned for surviving long. SF coming out, just more heavy damage as well. It can make these Wyvern curses even better.
Another hero
but if it is up against the Morphling, that's definitely an SF favored matchup, right? Morphling versus SF.
I think so. I haven't seen that much Shadow Fiend. Morphling does have a lot of damage early, but he's also relatively low range, so if you're catching raises, you're gonna have to be pretty careful. I don't even know if the Morphling is heading mid currently.
No, it's still a flex though, right? Like, they don't have final pick, so Team Secret likely will pick the other core now.
I wonder if there's any potential that it's like a Zai Wyvern. Are we gonna see?
I was wondering if it's Zytrian, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
The other option.
The only
I know, like, a lot of people were theorycrafting that, right? Like Seb, for example, it was like, oh, Seb will start doing Trian offlane again. Like, well, maybe.
It does seem like people are not really prioritizing the Leech Seed very much, right? It's all about the living armor and the slow.
It got nerfed heavily, right? Like, they increased the mana cost by a decent margin, and that was the busted part about Trian at the start of the laning phase, is that I tried it once. I was like, wait, I've just spammed, I lost count, like 6-7 spells, and I've still got more mana because his regen is something like 2 or 3 on the mana. It's pretty nuts.
The only thing as well that's a little bit weird for Secret is, like, the Treant Protector and the Wyvern can both scale as supports, but they're both sort of traditionally 5s as well. So that does maybe give a little bit of credence to the idea of someone's going elsewhere, but it could just be like Wyvern's playing 4, Treant's playing 4. They're both capable of, they're both versatile enough to do that. And here comes the TA, just pretty much for the Shadow Fiend matchup, straight up. Also, nice hero, get some more minus armor going with the Winter Wyvern. TA has been pretty successful, and even nice to have against somebody like the Legion Commander, right? Just a little more survivable, unlikely to die straight away to the duel if you've got your refraction up.
Yeah, and because you know it should be SF mid, the TA will win that lane. I just like the fact that Secret, they've kept up this kind of window of opportunity around the 25-minute mark because that TA with good team fight backing it up, and they've met the kind of variability that TNC has, right? Because when you saw this Beastmaster and Legion, we saw them pause in their draft from like, okay, what do we want now? And all of a sudden you were expecting this Morphling. Like I was saying, is this going to be mid? Now you've got the TA, the matchup against the SF. I'm still wondering about this free roll, because that's the one, right? It's either Wyvern or Treant right now.
Yeah,
it could be either. I think it might be Wyvern though, just because it's Zai especially. It seems more his style.
Is Legion Commander even going to get like a single duel win this game? They don't have that much damage to pump into it.
Okay, maybe if he finds Wyvern. If he doesn't, then
maybe. But even then, like Treant Protector, right? Like, there's just going to be a living armor and then Overgrowth coming in. They've even got like a little bit of anti-synergy with they've got disarm, like a disarm and a fear to go along with the duel. So Legion Commander might not even be getting hit, and so Blade Mail or a Moment of Courage procs like might not even be a thing. It's a little bit weird. And now Secret, okay.
All right, so that's probably mid one on the Shaker.
Morph Shaker's back, baby.
Yep.
What patch is it?
It's secret time. You know, TNC, they had their time with this combo last patch, and TNC round out their draft with the Ember Spirit again.
Okay, so it is support. Yeah.
Is it support SF? No, I'm believing that.
Beastmaster.
You know, I wanted to believe support SF because, like, support, like, for me, SF on the outer lanes just feels weak as.
If it's support SF, I'm unplugging my microphone and walking away. I'm done.
I was like, there's only one way this draft gets even more nuts, and that's if they decide to run SF as support. Sadly, we're just getting March on Beastmaster. I say sadly, I'm looking forward to it. I'm kind of happy that one or two teams are willing to try Beastmaster support again. It's been a long time. It used to be so busted.
And I really don't like... I don't like TNC's lanes.
No, I hate the SF and the outer lanes here.
10 seconds.
I just feel like this hero is hard enough to make work when it has a level advantage. Like, it has its power spike, right? And then we've seen plenty of games where it just wanes off. But if this hero is... It's the same with an Ember, right? It's always this argument. If you stick Ember in the outer lanes, its impact. Is this even the plan?
Gabby took a really long time to lock in his.
He's like, you know what it was? He shift tabbed, and on the Steam browser, he's like, how to play SF.
Right.
He's just getting a guide up.
Yeah.
He's hitting up Taught Delini's guys. He's like, come on, I need some help with this.
How do I play.com? Click Shadow Fiend.
Oh, by the way, we were so busy looking at that, I didn't notice that in the end it's actually Zai on the Shaker. So it was going to be mid one on the Wyvern.
Yeah, so this is the safer way to set everything up. Shaker 3, Wyvern as the 4. Trade Protector, I would be shocked to see as anything other than the 5. But Team Secret, they have an insane amount of team fight. They've got lots of counter initiation. They've got lots of lockdown. Like, it doesn't look like it looks like a bad Legion Commander game. It doesn't look like a free Ember game at all. Ember and Shadow Fiend just feel so similar in so many ways as well. They're like squishy, they're glass cannons, but also you don't really want a hero like Legion Commander to be frontlining either. She's also a hero that like wants somebody to provide vision and then to go in afterwards. It's kind of mitigated by the Hawk, but I really think that Secret have the draft win here. And in some ways, TNC just handed it to them. So...
See, I'm telling you, basically, the play was mind games. They should have ran the SF as a 5, okay? Because there's no hero in the game that wants to deny creeps more. And then just Secret don't know what the hell's happening. Now you're in the scenario where if Beastmaster doesn't pop off in the lane, I don't know how you do this. I mean, he's already moving bots, so they'll at least get the try matchup, and deforestation will commence. There we go. The efficiency much gets all the trees. Oh, yeah, all the trees in one go. There was one tree hanging around. I was like, nope.
Yeah, it was just sliding into the...
There is like,
why,
no.
Why do these really tall trees, why do they sink like that? That's so strange.
I mean, why do people's bodies sink into the ground the way they do? There's so many questions in Dota.
So weird. All the other trees get... I think KP was even trying to quelling it. He was like, wait a second, did this one not get cut down? And it was just hanging around.
Puppy just arrives in the lane like, wait, oh no.
Hold up. What's going on here? Why are there trees? Where are my trees?
Brethren, why have you killed all of my brethren?
This is a little bit better now, I would say, because of the way that Nature's Grasp works, right? If you can't touch it to a tree, then it's actually a significantly weaker spell. And
I mean, in fairness to it, though, the Grasp is more about the slow than damage, so you can still kill people. It's not the end of the world. It's just...
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, the big issue with Trin is look at its movement speed. Nope, those trees are gone as well, puppy. You get to keep this one tree right here, okay? Just stay there. Stay in your area, okay?
Is March done yet, or is he gonna keep going?
Well, KP should just crawling blade that tree, to be honest. Maybe he's just leaving it there for the regen later, right? Like, you need to run past the tango when you're being chased.
That's true, yeah. Actually, you have to go pretty far out of your way to tango anything at this point.
Timberman's already getting pummeled. And Puppy, well, he'll zone them away from the creeps. As it is too many heroes in this lane, they can just deny up. It's probably the only way they can play this lane for the first few levels. Of course, the downside to this build for March means that he doesn't have the boar, so getting a kill is a little bit harder, but not if mid one gets caught like this. KP does have the Orb of Venom. And KP is committed at this stage. There's a big stick on mid one, though. There we go. He just needs to turn around and walk away.
Mid-1 was like,
It's like,
hey,
hey,
stay away
we
from
got-
this creep wave.
He's like, we got a Beastmaster, it's fine. If I'm not the
What
offlane,
is
then March will
happening
take my
here?
place.
KP's so far away from the lane now. His supports are nowhere nearby. He's gonna take a few more punches on the way out. What a weird situation.
Meanwhile, on the other lanes, how we looking? So, top is actually looking really well because they committed to this tri-lane. Because it's an SF solo against a melee hero.
SF's skill build looks so weird, but Gabby doesn't really have a good way to get much mana up here, so he's just gone for 2 points in Necromastery at level 3.
I mean, he's not suffering for it. 11-1 already. He's doing better than the mid laners are.
He is going to want the points in races later on, obviously. He's got the Crystal Maiden aura kicking in. So, I don't know, maybe they'll make side lane SF work.
It's awkward for Secret as well, because it's not like you can just rotate top and switch up the tri-lane location, because now that Gabby has free, even though it's 2 points in Necromastery, he hits hard enough. The raises are decent against the Treant. You're kind of committed at this point as Secret.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me that Secret like took the Morphling in the first phase, and now the exact same thing is kind of happening to them as happened in that they did to TNC in the previous game. I would say that their tri-lane this game is a little bit stronger than TNC's tri-lane in the previous game, but still kind of odd how this whole thing is played out.
The problem they have is that while they have, in theory, good kill potential if there's trees, they don't have better trade in the long run. Like, the attrition battle should be a win for TNC. Unless they can catch someone out in these trees like this, but Puppy not able to body block in time.
March is... I mean, he's rotating top.
He's
but
done
this
his
hero
part.
does not gank. Yeah, I guess he's just going to start pulling and like, getting the lane back, denying some creeps away from Zai.
He did also take the inner beast at level 2 as opposed to the Call of the Wild Boar. So just more right click for Gabby to throw into Zai. How's the mid looking as well? Armel actually taking a lead over Nisha already. 14-3 to 19-6 on the Ember.
He got the 2-minute double damage, so that helps the matchup considerably.
Pretty important as well, because obviously if you're going this lane guard build, you don't get any benefit, and as I'm talking like that, in the bot lane they finally find a kill. KP played it a bit too far forward.
I think this bottom lane being 3v2 would be better for TNC, especially given you don't want to be running a full tri-lane with your Morphling for too long, but if they're getting kills down here, then that's a very different situation.
And here come the trees. Uh-oh. Well, I did his time. He got a first blood before the trees started to respawn, but now it's the ultra power play time for Puppy. This is where you can start to get more in their face. Wyvern is going to go top, so they're going to make it 2-1-2 setup. Puppy's getting low here. Could go down, but Leech Seed keeps him alive. Has a salve as well, so he'll heal up to full. And while I'm talking about that, Shaker in the top lane. All right, Gabby got him with the triple raise. Or double raise, actually, by the looks of it.
Gabby somehow just ended up
Unusual.
right in his face. I don't know if they were... Didn't even seem like it was close to a kill or anything, and Zai just gets jammed by raises. All right, well,
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
was
think that the
checking
Ember
March.
SF was going to work out so well, but here we are. They're both on top of the CS.
I mean, I was checking March at that point, because I was like, surely he must be free. There must be a point in board. No, that was just full SF. Well, Zai at least has a raindrop this time. He's just going to start zoning Gabby away as best he can. And they'll force the TP straight away. Maybe didn't need to rush to throw out the stun, but you don't want to risk it against an SF. This is what I define as a volatile hero. One mistake and all of a sudden you're the one running away. And if you're running away against an SF, you're probably dying.
Oh, and especially once he blocks him with the fissure and he's up in his face, there's no backing down at that point if you're Zai. You have to stay committed the whole time, otherwise you're just going to eat all 3 raises on your way out.
Exactly. You're in for a penny, in for a pound.
Tims gets a nice little D ward. Puppy gonna get
Tims
him?
might be dead. Yeah, Tims is dead. As I say that, in the top lane, March also goes down. Was it worth the D ward? He'll argue yes, but Puppy feels good about the situation too. You suffer so much as a CM against both these supports. I want to say on the lanes, it's going to be Puppy's going to ruin you, but then when you get to the team fights, it's going to be mid one with the curses. I feel like this is going to be one of the roughest games Tim's going to have for in a while. Die. Well, like we said, when you're committed, you are indeed committed, and it looks like he won't get anything for it.
Safe lane Shadow Fiend. There you go.
It tends to work out when your opponents are running a tri-lane and leaving a melee hero alone against it. Well, TNC, they made the best of the situation.
Looks like
and March has returned to bot.
Looks like he's just planning on kind of a right-click build. Got the drum queued up so far. KP bottom.
You can't quite find him. March might go down though. There's the grasp again. I say short trees, they're helpful for Puppy here, but doesn't stop him throwing out the slows that gets them easy kills. It feels like Trina is so good against
for Matumba.
No. I was just gonna say, it feels like Trina is so good against the previous meta of offlaners, right? Dispels, heroes like Heavenly Grace and the Omni Knight. These constant slows completely screw you over.
Yeah, for sure. This is annoying for the Legion. KP still only level 4. I still think his game is looking pretty hard, but at least the other two cores do quite a lot of damage, so
but this is
maybe
why...
he'll get some dual wins. Maybe.
Maybe, but like in the worst case scenario, you become a support. This is the reason why Abaddon, Legion Commander, these were really highly contested offlaners, is because in reality, you can only win 2 lanes. Like if you win 3 lanes in the game of Dota, that's more on what your opponent done wrong than you doing everything perfectly. You should aim for 2 lanes, which just means usually you throw the Legion Commander or the Abaddons of the game under the bus. Which is fine. They know it's coming. They picked the hero for that reason to begin with. It's just if you get the opportunity to pop off, it's a thumbs up.
This game is kind of the reverse of the previous one in the sense where it's like now TNC very much under pressure to be the ones making the plays and like dictating the pace. I think Secret will be more than happy to just sit back and farm the whole game. Like, especially if you think about the mid lane. I think that Armel is under way more pressure than Nisha to actually make things happen with his game. Nisha's going to be happy to just sit here and farm jungle for 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's just the way the hero works. Get Desolate, go into Roche, then maybe you think about doing something. If it's a farm and Aegis, whoop-de-doo. You've got a Morphling, TA, and Shaker for late game. Oh, SF gets the Broom Handle, which is useful for none of the heroes that can assert dominance on the lane right now. Zai. Uh-oh. Echo Slam straight away. Doesn't mess around.
Is at an end.
He was hoping for the big boy there, but Gabby did not walk through the tree line.
Cool. Zai's got some decent gold going. And Nisha again getting the Iron Talon this game.
He'll still find value on this hero with it.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Just farm fast.
wonder, can March... I mean, he's trying to do a little bit of jungling because he needs to supplement his farm. This has always been the awkward part about the support piece. You have to do a lot to actually justify it. KP is going to go down, and March might join him in the grave if he's not careful. No tree grasp for 10 seconds, though. So they'll just kill his pets instead.
I'm starting to get worried about the discrepancy between these off lanes.
Yeah. It's like one of these is going to have a high impact, right? The other one, like I said, is just going to be a support, while the Shaker is going to be a huge form of initiation for Secret.
Well, Shaker's level 7 and KP is level 4, so
This too.
there's some issues here. And yeah, they're making some space for Zai to go and hit some jungle creeps and stuff.
March. All right. Got caught trying to interrupt the outpost, and it looks like it's going to be one apiece. And I believe Matumba sniped the Corey as well. Puppy getting low here as Armel chases on through. The grass goes down. Won't slow down Armel from escaping though. And Matumba man needs to be careful about how long he stays here. He's trying to force Ember back, and will do so. So he can continue just bullying KP out of lane.
He had the max flame guard, so he was fairly safe there.
Mid. They're trying to go in on Nisha here. They need to be careful because it could turn around quickly, but there's the frostbite, and that should be good enough for the freezing field to get the kills. Nisha should be going down. Puppy can't change that outcome because he doesn't have level 6. And mid one, barely getting away here. Darmel chases through, can't finish the kill. And it's fine because they already used the Nature's Grasp. Oh look, more deforestation. Winner's Curse. Slow blast out. Armel's gone. Nice move by mid one. Understanding that this Ember is overextending himself a little.
Oh, I was just about to praise Armel for like the nice rotation bottom and then immediately swapping back to mid and making stuff happen, and then he just dies to new Winter's Curse. Nicely done by mid one. And that is the other thing that I'm noticing between these two teams in this series, is that TNC handing away way more of like just the random kills here and there that probably shouldn't be happening than Secret. Still a couple on Secret, but far and away the unforced errors are on the side of TNC.
And as we said, those kind of mistakes, they tend to extend the game a little longer. Secret, they have the lineup that really favors that outcome.
Wow, for sure.
But they can get active soon. Zai's up to 1800 gold now. That Blink Dagger is not far away. That's when you can expect him to rotate.
They still have this massive team fight. And Tumba Man just going to be going for a slow Morphling build, but again, slow game so far. Going to pick up the Lincolns first, and at that point, the Morphling should be pretty much unkillable if he has his Lincoln Sphere. Not that much lockdown on TNC, to be honest.
At that point, the only way you really catch him is if you somehow catch him with the Requiem. Force him to run away, and then, you know, you can duel or you can primer roll, whichever one you didn't use to pop the Lincolns.
Yeah, they don't even have good ways to pop the Lincolns either. Oh, Courier?
It's Frostbite and that's it.
Bye-bye.
Oopsie.
I think Matumba Man's Courier was getting the Ring of Health from the opposing secret shop.
Yeah, that's a little bit greedy.
March found it. Yeah, it was Matumba Man's Courier micro in these two games has not been the best. We will say that much.
Just experimenting to the maximum, you know?
Yeah.
That was also going to be the final component for his treads. A little bit frustrating. I kind of just leaving these two trees here. A little gold to run through. That's what they're going to do. They're going to move straight through it. They come in with a duel. The Morphling did begin to morph up. Overgrowth to buy some time. Primal Roar thrown out as well. Timberman could just get out though. He's absolutely fine. He'll stay here instead. Turns to the end of himself. Searing Chains and Nisha's rotation. Not able to get the meltdown in time, so Armel will retreat. Nisha, refraction up. Searing Chains is on him though. He'll stand and fight. Has no choice. Melt damage kills off KP though. Why did he think he could go in? The Winter's Curse coming out as well. And Armel, this happened once. It will happen again. The freezing field to try and save him is too late though. 3 already dead. You're going to make it 4 with the adaptive strike as Matumba Man moves in to kill the 4th member of TNC. And Gabby's arrived as well. I don't know if you can turn around though. The route lasts a while, but Matumba will wait for him through and find him.
TP, he's got the blink.
Jumps in, stun forward, blocks off Gabby's escape. No, he gets through. Tree Grass, melt. Nice start. Use the Echo Slam to ensure the Requiem doesn't go off. The stun follow-up might be enough to bring him down. It's going to be close, but there's the fear forcing them away from each other. Zai's even deeper now. They do have the duel, but they won't get a chance to use it as he does go down.
All right, I think
it's like that will be it.
Suboptimal adaptive strike from Matumba Man there. He pushed him out of the Shaker stun, pushed him further towards his base. And then Zai had to run forward, so he got feared under the tower. And
in fairness, you can see it from Morphling's perspective, though, right? Like he can't morph Agi because he's 1 HP and dies to Requiem at that stage.
Yeah, exactly. And he just wanted more chain stun, but I think underestimating how much it was going to push Gabby back. But a reminder that whole fight was TNC trying to gank the Morphling, and it just went.
They're good again. They have the Primal Roar.
Curse is soon. 3 seconds.
Mid one's going to buy enough time. Primal Roar comes out, but now they might be in a bit of trouble. Mid one, the duel's going to come out to him though. He cannot use the curse. I don't think he has buyback. He does, but he doesn't have. Oh, he has some TP. He's going to not use it though. Overgrowth thrown out. Puppy will go down as well. They don't see a fight after the fact. In fairness, they don't have the other heroes here as Nisha is chasing down and killing Tims. Has that Deso, so we'll find it easy enough. He almost has his Blink Dagger already.
Yeah, Nisha's been farming up a storm, both game 1 and game 2. TNC, at least the rotation will work the second time around, but again, this is still the game where we're saying that TNC are the ones on the clock. They've got to be the aggressors. They've got to be the ones making the plays, and they're only taking out the tower now.
The Winter's Curse. They haven't got an Echo Slam though, so I'm not really sure the players here. Dumping on March, maybe. That's a free kill. Posturing, but they know how to count. They know he doesn't have Primal Roar again. While that's happening, Matumba Man pushing for tier 1 top. They've already invaded the jungle. Nisha wants more farm. He's got the Blink Dagger on the way out. There it is. Gabby. He might feel safe to hang around here, but no, he's backing away straight away. He sees
they have a ward. Yeah.
But they'll find another one. I mean, Armel has access to that vision as well. So,
yeah.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
in fairness, I don't think he saw Zai, but still, even then, it's a risky place to put yourself.
Yeah, especially when you're playing against the Morphling who can steal your chains. And the Secret with that, no hesitation. They do have good vision with the Hawk.
No
TNC.
overgrowth for 10. This may be premature by Secret. Instead, they blink forward, finding an easy pick off on a Tim's. Now the Primer on the other side. Puppy doesn't have the overgrowth for 5. Echo Slam jump inside. It might be good enough to bring him down, but the duel's going to come out to stop Matumba. He'll get the win. Thank you very much. Gabby has to run away with the Requiem. Zai chased on 2 will fall after the buybacks come out from TNC. But all that, you force a buyback out of Puppy. You only get the kill on Zai. You do stop the Roche. I'm not sure if you can take this yourself, though. This is ambitious from TNC.
All the curses up.
Yep, the buyback will force them away instantly. They're going to respect the Shaker. But this should mean Secret can now get the Roche. There's no Requiem anymore. There's no Primal Roar.
Secret need a sentry.
Fisher won't follow up. Searing Chains comes out onto Matumba Man and the Spirit Vessel as well. Backs up. It's extremely low. Needs to actually fully morph into Agi and just wand up.
Yeah, he's got the Vampire Fangs as well. Don't even have to buy a Morbid Mask on this hero.
Oh, they're waiting for him. Matumba Man starts to morph just in time. Is in a little bit of trouble. Getting extreme low. Wait for him away. Overgrowth dodged out, and Armel will chase on. Looking for the kill, but when his curse comes out on the other side of the fight, Tim's is forced to use a freezing field for nothing. They will reset. Armel back up a little bit. They forced them away from their shrine. Now TNC, as they fall back, could be vulnerable on retreat.
This whole Roshan situation is just developed into a complete mess.
An awkward situation.
Yeah.
I have a team willing to give it up. Nisha trying to move in, poke fraud a little. Regen rune. Oh, thank you very much, says Matumba Man. You've used all your spells on everyone else. I'll just get up to full. KP just keeping mid one and Zai extremely low. They have Cold Embrace. They have ways of healing up effectively on the side of Secret. So they don't have to abandon this first. Same time, TNC do have press the attack maxed out. Jump in, KP. One more hit, bring him down. He's gone. Perfect pick off, and now follow up stun from Zai onto Tim's. Might get him as well. The trap is down. The trap is sprung as they find 2 pick offs. TNC, I don't think they can contest this Roche any longer. They're going to try though. But 40 seconds without Legion. That's a window Secret cannot give up. They will go in. Jumping Primal Roar force down. Beastmaster already dead. Requiem comes out in response and finds the kill into Matumba Man. Nice pick off, but Nisha's still alive. He can finish this off. Buy back out. They're going to respect it. Even though there's no Primal Roar, you don't want to risk it for a chocolate biscuit. That will be a shrine usage. Secret is still 4 on 4.
Roshan fight has been going
they've
for
almost
like
got overgrowth
4
again.
minutes.
Yeah, it's not going to stop because both teams realize how important this Roche is. They have Echo Slam again. So the big ultimate's available to Secret sooner. March, jump in, 1 and 2 taps. He's gone 55 seconds dead. Gabby on the back line, ready to go. Bruce coming out, controlling Anisha. But no, they interrupt the freeze and fit the jump in. She's gone as well. The back line stab at mid one. He's going to be fine to move away. We'll stay alive. The overgrowth is zoning away a little bit, but Armel now going in on Nisha, trying to bring him down in time. We'll be able to do so. Dead for 50 seconds, but we'll buy back. Jump in, Matumba Man roots him up. Armel looks like he'll go down as well. 75 seconds dead, and that might finally be enough. Zai stunned up as well. Stunning it rather onto KP. And off. He's like, oh, there it is. Jump in, Searing Chains out, but Matumba Man will find another. And with that buyback, Nisha can finally get his hands on this Aegis. It only took like, I don't know, 3-4 minutes longer than expected.
Yeah. So in summary, we had 2 buybacks on Secret. We had 3 buybacks on TNC. I don't know how many kills. Like all of that stuff. Do you remember how that started? It started with Ember getting picked off all the way over here, right? And then they were like, oh, all 3 of our cores are here. Let's just go take Roche. That kill happened so long ago. But it will still be Secret winning out in the end. And things looking really good. They're just, TNC are getting out-positioned in these fights. Like, they lost discipline for a second there around the pit, and Secret just picked up like 2 free kills by pouncing. Even with the inferior vision, TNC should have the better vision game. Their ward didn't get dewarded for ages, and they've got the Hawks, but they're still somehow getting outmaneuvered by Secret around the pit.
You have to look at the way that TNC have drafted, right? It's a pick-off type lineup. So the whole idea is that quick and dirty kills, right? You get in, you get out. While Secret, it should be harder to find these big kills. Here you go. Perfect example of quick and dirty kill, right? is like for Secret, they have these big ultimates. They need TNC to cluster and commit. And it feels like TNC, at some points there, were in such a rush to interrupt the Roche. Like, especially when March ran in for a Primal Roar. You're like, okay, that's good. But now you're going to get hit twice and die.
It is a fair point that TNC's positioning is much harder this game than Secret's. Because if you're Secret, you can all cluster up. And it doesn't really matter. There's hardly anything to punish you. Oh, Gabby.
Gabby's getting punished. Echo Slam comes out. The overgrowth on the free heroes as well. Shadow Fiend's gone. Might lose more. March gets caught out. And they're chasing for KP. Waveform through Timberman. Pings him out. The chase is on. KP's just seeing how much time he can waste with us. As he knows death should be inevitable here. He could try for a juke in the tree line and TP. Fissure, just the tip. Give him a little tickle and they'll move in to finish him off. The grass comes out to slow him down. He sees the core. He's like, come on. But he can't find it.
Not even going to get the tier 1 killer pigeon. Oh.
And guess what? This is a team with a Treant, baby. Do you know what happens next? Do you want to see what happens next? The puppy doesn't.
This game's just sad now. Can I turn off my monitor?
Middle tower is under attack.
I guess when TNC lose,
I'll just cast by sound. It's fine. It's fine here.
I mean, I guess when TNC are losing a game, they turn off their monitors. When Secret lose a game, they break the monitors. So sure, like turn off your monitor. Look away. Don't look directly into the blast of light coming from the power of Secret right now. They are moving towards bot because, well, and this is all too familiar from last game. TNC's map is once again looking fairly naked. They only have 2 out towers remaining, and that's in 1 lane. So,
and TA is going to have an Aegis and a BKB, so Nisha can basically 1v5. You know,
more or less, yeah.
Yeah.
Zai has Echo Slam in 40. They've got Winner's Curse. They just need to wait for their big ultimates and then go again.
KP has less net worth than Puppy. He's carrying around a Nether Shawl like a support.
Hey, in fairness, those L1 odds, they're doing a lot of damage, okay?
Yeah.
Credit where credit
Commander pick has not worked out.
Support Legion, I told you. It doesn't matter if you play it as a free. Most of the games, it turns into a Support Legion anyway. That's why some teams were running it as a support, like I mentioned, especially in the Chinese scene.
Armel doesn't even have a scaling build either. He's got a Yules and a Vessel. Gabby is trying to scale to become a right clicker, but they're just so far behind at this point. Maybe they can try like 1 or 2 more fights, but Secret is looking very firmly in control of this game. Nisha's just a monster, both game 1 and game 2. Just at top of the net worth farm, getting kills at the same time, so it's not like he's just been ricing the entire time.
Yeah, definitely been on point in this series so far, and it's just ease of execution at this stage. Like when you think about an even game, it's much harder for Secret because they have to force big fights. But when TNC are just huddled into their base like this, you always know you're going to find good ultimates for the Echo Slams and the Overgrowths. It's just TNC. It feels like they're going to have to try and buy enough time that the Aegis expires and then smoke out for a pickoff.
The position 5 Beastmaster is just too cute for me. It's like oh yeah, we can cut down the trees, and then we saw 1, they got kills without the trees. 2, the trees eventually respawned, and then KP just continued to die. So and then Treant was a useful hero afterwards, while Beastmaster has been like, hey, I have some vision and some auras, right? There's a reason that everybody's banning Treant, and I guess it's still group stages. You know, maybe TNC are trying to play the long game of this tournament and figure out some counters, but this ain't it.
No. Winner's Curse coming out. Armel being punished for his greed, maybe. They're ready to move in right now. There's a Searing Chains to lock them both down. Beastmaster already dead. Echo Slam perfectly set up for Zai to find the pickoff. TNC have 3 heroes dead. And Tims will run away with that smoke before he becomes the 4th. Meanwhile, for Secret, that's an opportunity to head for base. 40 seconds without the Ember. He's just about to get buyback. Just actually got the gold passively for it. Might be forced to use it. And what is Gabby doing? There must be an item he's getting. Okay, he almost has the gold for the BKB. He needs like this creep camp, and passive gold should be enough, but he's got no TP. He's out of the base for a long time, actually.
Yeah.
And Zai spotted this. And he was smoked, but he saw the razors.
Oh, no.
All right, he at least picked up the Titan Sliver.
That's nice.
Middle barracks have fallen.
Spider legs on Zai though. It's just gonna screw him to make sure he can't go back because he doesn't know that there's no TP on SF. So while this is the best situation for TNC by forcing one secret member back, in the base they're still losing it.
That's true. Zai doesn't even actually have to be here, but it is fun to watch.
Yes. Enough time bought. BKB complete, and while that's happening back in the base,
You don't need to look there.
I mean, I'm looking outside the base. Why was March outside the base? I guess he wanted to press R.
Top shrine is under attack.
You know, sometimes you just got to do things. Base skip.
Yep.
Joker taught us that, okay?
Dire's top shrine has
Chaos is
fallen.
key. Anarchy is required, and you need a little anarchy in this game if you're TNC. You need some sort of disorder in secret for you to exploit.
Never refuse
Yeah.
Google.
I think TNC needs secret to turn off their monitors. That's what they need at this point.
Hey, that's what March is doing this for, right? He runs out, they're like, oh, we don't even need to look at our monitors to win this game. And that's bam. That's when secret get caught out by themselves.
All right. Well, because not a whole lot is happening, I'm just going to share a random thought that I had while we were deliriously casting yesterday. Do you think there would ever be a situation where two teams would negotiate an exchange of neutral items? 1 second, KP's dead. But, you know, don't pay attention to that.
That doesn't matter. That's a good thought. Like, I could see that because to think of another scene, I don't know if you know much about like the PUBG scene, but I don't know if they still do it. Originally, teams used to negotiate, like they tell each other where they were going to land to avoid each other so they could like gear up. So it wouldn't be the first time in the esports scene where that sort of stuff occurs. Puppy, Framerod, now what?
But then also had to... never mind.
Get the wait a moment because March is dying again outside his base.
So, but then how do you arrange the prisoner swap is the thing, right? Like you've got an item that you want to give to them, they've got an item that maybe they want to give to you, but how do you organize it?
I've got it, right? You each take a hostage like a support, right? And then
right.
two other people, they bring the items to a neutral location and drop the items.
That
for, like,
or you just use
a week before one team breaks the trust forever.
Yeah. That or you just like use couriers in a location where both teams know that there's no heroes or something, right? I guess. But
I mean, let's be realistic. This would never happen. Like,
it would never happen.
PUBG was not good because like that makes sense. But in this, it's like, oh, they've got a bad item too. No way am I risking them, cheapskating me out and taking.
Yeah, they might just steal it and like kill you. So you.
Okay, I'll tell you where it breaks down. It's when both couriers arrive and one team types you first, right? Then it's just done. It's never happened. Oh, the stack! Oh, it goes that side! He was perfectly catching free, and the follow-up will be too big. The GG comes outside. On point with this shaker, ensuring that Secret take a 2-0 over TNC.
That's the offlane life, you know? You get the perfect 3-man Echo, 5-man Fisher Stun, and then your carry takes all the kills.
Navi's turn to pick.
Hello and welcome back to the Dota 2 Singapore World Pro Invitational. My name is Nomad. Joining me is my Farah as we get through this series of Evil Geniuses versus Navi. So just looking at these two teams in a vacuum, what's your expectations of this series? Okay.
Navi are known for being very up and
Yes.
So are we going to hit Navi up? Navi up and down? Because we've cast a lot of Navi. Done a lot
Oh
of
yeah.
players,
Yeah, we know Navi inside and out.
and they are a lot of hit. See how genuinely feels like you're ridiculous.
It does, and I think the addition of Zayat's just basically doubled down on the whole kind of up and downness of this team, because that guy has some incredible games and he has some very questionable games as well, but always fun to watch, always a creative player. I love seeing all those different heroes, especially stuff like the Treant, so we're going to get into the draft immediately as we are now on the first pick.
We have a third
10 seconds.
and I'm so happy the last series get a 5 with that.
5 seconds remaining.
Vincere is too good. I didn't realise quite how
Radiant's turn to pick.
Chen.
right except the Chen from along. What will they open with the Chen?
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like you want to.
Dyer's turn to pick. Dusk.
I know they're pretty zero at the moment.
Dyer's ban now.
Templar Assassin.
Wow, now you're just straight in with the TA. No problems, no worries. I mean, they've been doing this a lot though, haven't they?
Radiant's turn to ban.
Yeah.
It's like with ages of age. So good at it. A pretty solid open. Really good rotation.
The Dyer get a ban.
Really good story. What about that?
Yeah, it was pretty insane. It was fun to watch. Yeah, it's he gets a lot of value out of the hero. Can we take off on a bit of a side note and talk about the logo?
5 seconds
It's
remaining.
particularly spicy subject right now. I personally I don't mind. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't really. I think it's pretty boring, but I'm not like.
There's the Radiant
There's
ban.
some very strong reactions to it, which I don't really sympathize with. You know, it's a logo, guys. It's all right. Like it's yeah. All right. What controversial opinions we have over here? We're so
It's just difficult, right? Like,
10 seconds.
yeah. You're never gonna please anybody by rebranding, but
5
at the same time, I
seconds
think it's
remaining.
important to rebrand. You know, refresh. You know, it's a clean slate. Start from zero.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Are you? Abed, Meepo, were you ready for it?
I know, but what do they want to lay?
Dyer's turn to pick. Razor.
Ah, there you go.
Radiant's
Yeah, it feels
turn
even
to
better
pick.
against TA now as well with the changes to static link and the ultimate. Ooh.
Interesting. It's pretty good at being able to. Also really good at playing with the TA. We talked about the Viper and Tusk
10 seconds.
series as well. Rolls in and you
5 seconds remaining.
it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Just power
I
down.
expect to see a lot of
So, 2 minutes on the clock for Evil Genius. They really have not used much reserve time at all, and they just go straight in again, going for the PL, no hesitation. Are we ever going to see PL Ags? I haven't seen it yet. I'd like to. Permanent Phantom Rush.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
The thing is, you need so.
Ten seconds.
You think that
5 seconds remaining.
Yep.
Brewmasters.
Plus, there's the very nice ability to be able to just dispel magic on the on those illusions, destroy them instantly.
Dire's bad now.
Does what? Tag team work with illusions? Should do, right? Don't see why it wouldn't. Anyway, little Bloodseeker banned out. Makes sense to me. I don't know who.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they definitely need more than just the dispel as, in terms of clearing out these illusions, getting some wave clear, and especially when you're against the Chen as well. You know, I really don't feel like they have enough wave clear yet.
Yeah, the way.
Yeah.
Knowing now.
Yeah, I keep trying to think of like something which can. I mean, I like CK for the timing, but then that just doesn't match up good enough against PL, I don't think. Unless you just outpace him.
What? If the Brewmaster goes to
Yeah.
so I think
Yeah. Right, Nami, throw us a curveball. You know, give us some of that Zayat's drafting magic.
Turn to pick.
Ilias, of course, is one of the newest additions to Na'Vi. He's their 5th position. A very good player. One of the top 5 players in the CIS region on the leaderboards. Zayat is good as well, yeah.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Pretty sure Zayat has been up in that top single figures as well. Yeah, so it feels strong. It does feel strong. There's not much lockdown on the side of Evil Geniuses. All they've actually got is a snowball right now and whatever the Chen can pull out. So Weaver feels like a pretty free game for him right now. Yeah, absolutely, with that swarm.
10
Feels like a good pick.
seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, fantastic chase, fantastic ability to get out of the static link, which is really important. I like it.
They're looking to play.
Oh yeah. Na'Vi, they've got their cards on the table. They've unzipped, and it is out there. Yeah, I'd like to see some catch though. I mean, I guess you got duel, but we've seen blink duel less and less recently.
The problem is, right, you're only gonna have whoever EG goes swap them out.
Yeah.
Where's their
Beastmaster.
Choose your hero.
Alright, there you go. Yeah. I do like this. I do like it. It gives you, you know, obviously that lockdown, that catch we wanted. Also gives you some pushing power. They've got a bit of momentum to throw back the other way, especially with the Chen as well. You know, they are going to be able to respond to Navi's pushes with some split pushing, with some side pushing of their own. It's always important to do that as well when you're playing into these lineups like Navi have got, which obviously want to take the game early. You need to be still keeping an eye on your own pushing potential, because if you ever get any kills, you want to be able to take towers. More importantly, the ability to split push is really important, because that takes a bit of pressure off your map and stops Navi being able to play their own game.
if they can get the both
Absolutely.
I expect Magical.
It's like, I mean, this is definitely a matchup he's played a ton, but I think he's played just about every TA matchup a ton. But yeah, I mean, it's really hard to see a TA do well versus the Razor, but she doesn't care. Just go jungle. Drown your sorrows in neutral creeps is the play. Exactly. Alrighty, let's get into game number 1 of Na'Vi versus Evil Geniuses here at the ONE Esport Invitational.
Prepare to make way.
$500,000 prize pool, by the way. Not bad. Pretty good, you know, no DPC points on the line for this one, but a lot of teams looking to come and prove themselves. Na'Vi definitely one of them, and yeah, EG as well, looking to get some points on the line.
What?
Beast bomb.
I don't know. Getting them shards, all important. Yeah, maybe 7 up for a set, asking people, you know, guys, can you tip me? I want my set. Anyway, Na'Vi, they're going for a bit of a venture right now. They're smoked up, and they may well walk into a bed. A bed's in a very dangerous position. They spot him out here. Do they have the damage? Do they have the slows? Well, they're going to go in deep, and in comes a rock. In comes a stun from Ilias as well. I think this Razor might be dead. Fly, try to help him out, throwing in some right clicks, but he can do absolutely nothing. Abed gets dropped, and that's going to be a first blood. What was... I don't know, I'm just... what was he doing in this area here? What was he preparing for? Oh well. Still, they get 3 bounty runes on the side of EG in response, so at least they get something going their way. Might not get the first blood, but they do get a little bit of extra gold for those bounties.
But it is going to be this one.
The Battle of the Masters. Very exciting. Yeah, and I like what Magical did here as well, just not blocking the wave and getting the creeps under the tower. It's going to disrupt the lane equilibrium, which definitely favors any hero which is at a pretty significant disadvantage, you know, just being able to make it so that laning doesn't matter so much, basically. Not going to get the range creeps, though. Yeah, Bed's still controlling this lane up very nicely. Will be able to get himself 1 solitary creep for the Templar Assassin. Bed off to a good start. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, it's Ramses, it's Crit versus Pasha and Zayat. A very annoying lane for sure. The tag team with the slows from the balls, and then you can just get a bunch of right clicks in, and eventually point in a beast as well for the extra attack speed with it. It can be annoying if you can manage to catch somebody off guard, but you do have to catch somebody off guard, being 2 melee heroes. Yeah, that would have been a nice break for Magical, but unfortunately still just happened to play the long game in this mid. He's just groveling. He's just scrounging for creeps right now. Doing a pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, 3-1 right now to Magical. So this will continue to be a bit of a run over in the middle lane. But as we said, you know, Magical, he'll go to the jungle at some point. Meanwhile, up at top, we have RTZ, we have Fly, the PL and the Chen, versus Ilias and Crystallize on the Weaver, and the Vengeful Spirit. Pretty nice anti-armor lane coming out here. Oh, they're running them down. Magical in some trouble. Doesn't have a refraction up for another 8 seconds, but he doesn't even need to go for this. I mean, he had the Fairy Fire if he wanted to dive, but he's just in such good control of the lane. There's no point risking anything. Keep control. Keep it smart. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Zayats, he's probably okay here. I mean, the tag team's going to come out, which is going to do a lot of damage, but I think the boar stops attacking for now. Yeah. I mean, it just kind of shows though what a good job Zayats has been doing at giving Pasha the solo XP, but then Crit's been doing the exact same thing right back. You know, they're both basically soloing against each other with supports nearby, and again they're just kind of unloading onto each other here. Crit trying to close down the gap and get off his tag team with the ball slowing him down as well, but I mean, it's so hard to get a kill in this lane. Yeah, definitely added fuel onto an already very, very hot fire for Na'Vi in this middle lane, but
just drowned in a pool of blood.
Indeed. Meanwhile, Ramses kills a courier. Ramses' courier got killed. Oh no.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh yeah, Zayats killed it. Ooh, okay, a bed dives Magical in the middle lane and grabs himself a kill. 70 damage stolen. That makes it pretty easy. Yep. This is going to be awkward as well. If this keeps on going in this fashion, then I don't know. Na'Vi won't have time to come online. They won't get to play this momentum game they want to play because you're just not going to have any resources to mess around with. EG are going to be too strong, so they need to try and make something happen here. Just. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, but Zayats could be in trouble in the bottom lane as Crit's on top of him with the tag team. That's going to be another kill for EG. They will bring down Zayats. Meanwhile, Ping's coming out of top as well. Crystallize might be the target. Do they have the damage? I don't think they do. I think this is just Fly being annoying, just getting the harass out time and time again, and even RTZ being cautious and doppelganging back here. Yeah, again, you know, this is a top lane which Na'Vi are just getting very low on HP, and Crystallize's even got a bottle out here, just trying to keep himself alive, but Ilias could be in some trouble. He's got the one charge as though to try and keep himself alive, but still just constant harass. They're under the tower, and they're still getting beaten down by this goddamn Stormcrafter. Very hard.
No! Are you okay?
Bottom lane Na'Vi just getting zoned out entirely. Pasha was pretty much the only factor of this game which was going kind of alright for Na'Vi. And can he get the rune? No, he cannot. Crit will stun him up and grab that one off him. We're going for 2 for 2 though. Meanwhile, up at top, Crystallize in some trouble. RTZ trying to chase him down, but again, it's just the Weaver being brought down low, chased around the place. They don't have the kill potential, but they don't need it. Crystallize doesn't have the HP, and look at the damage from this thing. That's just ridiculous.
Now. Bring it home, but
yeah, they're losing out on a lot here. A lot of XP.
what I expected.
No. Yeah, this is a domination.
Tower is under attack.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Yeah, and Crystallize even risking his life just to try and kill a singular creep of flies for 36 gold. 36. And now Ilias and Crystallize going to jungle together until the shrine comes up, which is going to be another minute. Oh, if only this was a patch ago. Meanwhile, the mid lane, they try to make a play onto the TA, but the TA did manage to get itself to safety.
Double damage.
Yeah. Yeah, but TA can do that, you know, that's why they picked the hero early, because they realize that even if she loses a matchup, it doesn't matter too much. However, it's what this Razor can do with a 1 matchup, and right now he's looking to take this tower with the help of Crit. They realize that Ramses is absolutely fine in his own here, so Crit in a bed will start to take down this tier 1 tower. Zayat's maybe going in for a denial or something here, but I mean, I can't even see him doing that. That might just result in his own death. He's trying for it, but immediately Crit gets on top of him. They get the tower kill. Zayat's on the run, getting himself down, does get to the tier 2. Meanwhile, up at top, we have a bit of fighting going on. Ilias getting low, but they get a kill onto Fly. But they did manage to get a kill onto Crystallize, so Fly totally fine with this death, but still Magical gets something at least.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
I would guess Stormcrafter, to be honest with you.
Five is solid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Keep track. We want to know what we stand at 10 minutes. Oh, Crit getting real low here. Meanwhile, Pasha and Zayat's turning it around. Well, I say turning it around. I mean, they're not really doing enough damage to Ramses to get themselves any kind of kill here, as everybody's just limping away from this lane on low HP. Meanwhile, up at top, it looks like they might be trying something onto Arteezy, or maybe they're trying something onto Ilias instead. Yeah, but it's just Ilias getting beaten down here. They need one more right click. Arteezy trying to find it, doesn't quite land it. Crystallize as well with the damage in, chasing back Arteezy. He's got to be cautious here. Unfortunately, with Fly standing nearby, I don't think Na'Vi can really go for much. Ilias on very low HP, just holding himself back, but also playing the nice distance away from EG, so not really risking it too long and throwing out a bunch of spells. Looking pretty good. Meanwhile, Abed just finds a haste rune, runs down Magical, looks over towards Zayats as well. Zayats, though, rolling him around. Pasha's here as well. See you later, buddy. He's off.
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, Tidehunter.
Yeah, sweet, delicious Ancients. Nothing feels worse when you've been stacking the Ancients in order to try and come back from your horrible lane, and then the very person who destroyed you in lane takes your Ancient stack.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're in a really bad spot. It's bad at the moment, but getting a lot worse.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's looking like a bit of a run over right now. EG, they're all on board this steamroller, and they're just slowly shifting up the gears. Na'Vi, they need to find something, some way to respond to this, and unfortunately they don't really seem to have this. They don't have the options right now. Crit trying to go for the bounty rune. Nice dodge out there, and he's going to be able to grab the bounty here. Out of 3 heroes, Crit is the one who gets it, and Fly just turning around, holding his ground, trying to bring down the Weaver, but I think maybe Fly bit off a bit more than he could chew here, although he does have the Sentinels to hold him back. Can they finish the kill here? I'm not really sure they can. Fly up to the high ground. Ramses is here. He's got the Roar. If he wants to use it, Fly still alive somehow. They've used the split. They will finally get the kill, and now a stun comes down onto the Beastmaster. Meanwhile, Crit got brought down by Magical in the backlines. The Roar comes down onto Pasha, but EG looking a little bit scrappy now. Zayat's going for the TP out. Pasha might not be so lucky. He's going to get finished off by Abed. Abed looks over towards Ilias as well. It might be a second kill for him if he can keep up, but he can't. Ilias gets himself away to safety, so they're just going to have to settle with a Panda for now. So Na'Vi find a fairly decent trade here as they get themselves 2 relatively decent kills. Magical just has to run from Crit.
Yes, it's good for...
Sure. I don't know, I think Na'Vi take what they can get right now.
Yeah, true.
Okay. Yeah. I was wondering what I was about. Yeah, it's a nice item. It's pretty chill. 25 movement speed, 225 mana. Definitely feels good for a Tusk player. Guy who generally struggles with mana. Yeah, that's true. You gotta be get that psychological damage in. It looks like they're setting up something onto Weaver now. Is the bug net ready? Yeah, Crystallize seems to smell something's off. Yeah, they're under the cover of smoke. The Hawk now dies. Crit did just about spot someone out there before they lost that vision. Admittedly, EG, they're giving Na'Vi a little bit of breathing room here. Maybe just waiting for that Phantom Lancer to come online with the Diffusal Blade. They'd actually go for the Yasha as his first item, which I find a little bit interesting. I kind of wanted to see the Drums Diffusal on Nartiti just to play the momentum, but also kind of respect that he just wants to get the value of the Yasha and then... Zayat's just sitting behind Crystallize, along with Ilias here as well. He's got a little safety crew here, just to make sure the Weaver's perfectly safe. But Crystallize doesn't really have an item just yet. He's a very, very poor Weaver. Lowest of the cores. Looking for a Maelstrom. Just something in order to get a bit of damage. A little bit of farming potential, a little bit of wave clear. Well, they're on the run. They have to settle for Zayat, which might not be the hero they want with that Roar. I think they really want to Crystallize there, but they'll settle for it still. Outposts at 14 minutes. No one cares about outposts at 14 minutes. Truth, all for the tier 1 tower. All for the tier 2 tower. All for the tier 3 tower. Zayat is pretty happy just sitting in this little igloo they made for him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Does seem to be the EG motto for this game. Might as well keep farming.
Dire have the spyglass.
Bottom lane, Crit could be in some trouble. Beautiful shards though, splitting him up. But Zayat comes in from behind. Crit goes into a snowball, building a little bit of time. I think he is dead. So Crystallize leading him to a little bit of safety here, but it's going to be a run down here. The ancient creep? No, the creeps aren't going to get him. Crit will fall to Crystallize, and that's going to put an end to this at the bottom lane. Maybe Na'Vi can turn this into a tower? But unfortunately, if they do, they are going to lose Roshan, which, when you have a TA on your team, is not in the game plan. Oh my god, Roshan is just melting to EG right now. Look at these guys. I mean, they've got the Inner Beast, they've got the Chen, and, I mean, RT's got a little bit of farm as well. Down goes Roshan. RTZ actually couldn't pick up the Aegis because of all his bloody illusions in that pit, but does actually pick it up in the end. At least they get the tower, right? Oh no.
Visibility.
Run, Crystallize, run. Well, they're actually going to maybe try and fight this one. I'm a little bit surprised. There is an Aegis on the side of EG. Pasha runs out of mana straight off the bat here, so he's not going to be able to get a split off or anything. And now the Roar comes out on the Weaver. That's going to make it another kill. The swap is useless. Ilias is just going to give his life for this one as well. Throw in a courier. Why not? This fire is burning bright and a bed looking to find +1, but Zayat gets the roll out to safety.
The Radiant's middle tower
Oh dear.
Seeking, just like your shit. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It was.
It's dead, so they would have killed him. They just split off.
How can it fall apart if it was never together? Oh, okay. Took a turn.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
True, true. Yeah, hi North Americans, how's it going? What's up, dudes? Who has, to be fair? Alright, EG are still looking to keep pressure on this bottom side of the map. They just want to keep them running down lanes, keep them pushing it in, keep them keeping that pressure up, basically.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Regeneration.
Alright, there's a roar. Yeah, down to the tier 2. This is going to be the Brewmaster. He's their big team fighter. If he gets off the split, then maybe they can follow up, but that's just not going to happen. Elias was on the high ground. Could have maybe gone for a swap there, but in the end decided against it. And now could be in some trouble himself, actually. And the bed's going to land the static link here. RTZ on top of him in an instant, and they actually got the yield up onto the Reliance as well, which is going to cancel out one of his rolls. He tries to go the other direction, but nope. That's going to be a third kill. And EG just linking them together. Comboing up these kills.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dire's bottom tower is about
I mean, that's not a call you can really make as an observer, though. I think that's like a call which you make as if you're in the team room and everyone's like, "We're losing, this sucks." Then you probably just call it. Yeah, Benj gets suitably popped in the backlines. This big mob of Artisans just running through as Pasha gets taken out of existence. They'll look towards Crystallize as well. I mean, you come near them and EG will just kill you. Magical is now going to experience this one firsthand. They got the dust out onto him. Nice melt strike, but he didn't do a thing. There's your GGs coming out. And yeah, EG takes first game in under 20 minutes, snowballing it pretty dang efficiently.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drunk sailor.
Somnus.
Boxy.
Give each other a little bit of a stare up top.
Radiant's bottom tower
Unable to get the
has run
deny,
its
so
last bell.
Quackfa. More money for him, getting that last touch on the tower. Just moving around as a unit.
Yep, they've got their ults available, so they're ready to go again whenever. They know that they're much stronger than LGD is by a long shot. Somnus is still farming very, very well. You see him still up there, pretty close to that Shadow Fiend. He almost has AC finished.
Yeah. No, I mean, that is why Liquid do have to still be a little wary. McKay steps forward too far. There is control, and with that AC, once it's done, a fair bit of physical to kill off the Weaver. Obviously, he's got a lot of save backup. Both Tiger and Boxy have means to keep Mickey fine if he does overextend. Yep. Another tower gone again. Quackfa don't want to get the touch.
Insania is dead.
So they can chase for more.
Can they actually
Grab anyone else?
They got a slow.
Somnus.
Skewer in 3, but he's speedy.
Does he want to keep going? I think he's going to want to. Here's the timing where the Aegis is gone.
They spot Taiga. He is rooted right now.
It's going to be a buyback from Insania. He wants to get involved. He knows that LGD are looking for a team fight. He has to be available with the chaotic offering. FY will be left behind. A cold embrace will not keep him safe. They're going for more Liquid, wanting to find some further action with this buyback from Insania. Insania's walking over, trying to get in range for potential rock drop, but LGD are out of there. They'll back off. They'll only lose CM.
Surprising they only lost that one hero there. That was pretty nice for them just to only lose one. All for that buyback forced. But you can see how Liquid, they still really want to take the fights anyway. I don't mind. He's going for a Satanic next on Quackfa. Oh god, more lifesteal.
Oh, he's going to be huge.
Oh my god,
I mean, he already is, this SF.
That's going to be a nice one. That status resist versus RP. As well as Curse. Ame.
How do they start a fight on this SF? So much save and sustain from the lineup behind him.
Ame is caught. He is now almost pretty much completely caught up. He's got the got that Lincoln's finished up. He's got some nice jungle items that were picked up, of course, and got that E-Blade queued up. So some recovery made. As another quick snowball instantly on the RP, but X-Nov is here.
Does have the curse. Let down onto Boxy. Chalice coming in as well. Boxy's cured back. They'll pick off one. They're going to get the two of them. Tiger dead as well. The two of them trying to take a fight here around the outpost. But here's LGD are able to bring him back up, outnumber them. And Liquid slipping up a little bit.
Giving up some big kills there. That's a lot of money going toward these heroes. 491, 390 because they do have that advantage, and around that outpost that was taken 4 minutes ago. So do have to watch out when you're playing up on that top side versus those outposts.
LGD making some good moves here off the back of these mistakes that Liquid are making. They'll take the tier 2 tower.
It's such a speed.
Closing the net worth gap.
Look how fast they kill the tower too, because that Abaddon passive and the Magnus with AC. Somnus like, move over on me, I'm the carry.
Dire's top tower
289 damage per hit. Not too shabby.
It's going to be very hard to kill the Magnus now.
Yeah, what's his HP? Oh, just a casual 3,500. Oh. Craggy coat.
Who's getting that this game? One of the supports? Well, did you give it to the Abaddon?
I was wondering if you give it a Chalice, but I don't know. He likes his attack speed too, because then he can build up the silence.
Yeah, it's sort of counterintuitive,
which is pretty nice.
With that, yeah.
Probably supports, you'd imagine. Don't really care about their attack speed. He's gonna get the telescope as well. It's probably gonna get passed off for the Wyvern, I'd imagine. Yeah, telescope to Wyvern, and then they're gonna get Craggy Coke to CM probably. Since FY is gonna, I mean, they're both actually kind of playing the same role. They're both playing these like 4.5s.
I see Liquid. The smoke. Ready to try and find a chance for a golem drop.
FY, you left
Chalice. We'll start the action on the Abaddon. Is forced back. Another force gets into the high ground. FY also saved by the missed coil heal. The turn towards Tiger. Tiger gets the snowball out in time to break away from Somnus. Somnus wants to look to chase. These very low cooldown skewers and that extra skewer range with the 20 talent. He can go for it, but Liquid will split back up, keep themselves out of vision.
He does.
time lapse. Onto Quofa, they'll... And LGD making mistake after mistake have just turned the game on its head. Liquid now the ones to look totally lost as LGD they're playing it smooth. It seems like they're woken up. They just needed a bit of a warm up.
They needed a little bit of time.
They needed a bit of a warm up.
They did have a little bit of a greedy one whenever you do have the Morphling, but man, Quofa, honestly.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Hello and welcome back to the World Pro Invitational. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Mo Farah from sunny England. Just kidding. It's like 4 a.m. here. But we're having a great time. We're watching Na'Vi versus EG. Are we 5 a.m. now? Bloody hell, we're getting through the night very quickly. Yeah, game number 1. Bit of a stomp, unfortunately. It does. Yeah, we came into this series, you were like it was going to be really close. I was like, I think it might be a bit convincing for EG. I was right.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, maybe they can get their tree. Maybe they can get another couple of niche picks in there. Maybe they have some plans on their bag. Oh god, I've just seen the draft screen. All right, well, I guess you guys can see the draft screen as well. And unfortunately, tree did get let through, and Evil Genius immediately snapped it up.
I was looking at the first bans. They just found probably the first bans in history. Hero match. They dealt with it very well last game, but they didn't want to. Again, they just take it out. And SF is something that Na'Vi are playing a lot, just in CIS.
Dire's turn to pick.
Vengeful spirit.
Rising.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Yeah, so they're gonna go Venge Gyro instead. That's gonna be their big answer to this tree protector. I don't know, man. I would like to see a puck or something like that. Just something, yeah. One of these pyrrhos which is just kind of all round good right now.
Here's the Radiant bag.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So, always Gyro.
Oh god. Imagine EG just play last game but with tree instead. That'd be even worse.
This Razor Link is so good here.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's better than it used to be.
5 seconds remaining.
Just let it out.
Dire get a ban.
And yeah, they're just going to ban out other mid heroes that are going to... Normal one that...
Radiant's turn to ban.
It could be Ramsey.
Solid analysis, but
Could be anything.
anybody could play anything. I don't know. What are we doing? What are we even talking about? Yeah, let's go.
5 seconds remaining.
Hero that disrupts. saw Earth Split last. I'd expect
Dire's ban now.
a very good hero against Tree stage.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Elder Titan.
Yes. Okay. I like this from Navi. I think this is a great answer to the Razor, great answer to the Treant Protector, and it's a Zayat special.
Sort of
Oh, delicious.
there was like so much
I think I was casting that game, yeah.
10
Yeah, they picked really greedy cores in there. I think they had like TA Drow as their cores, and you're like, how's that gonna? And then they just had Elder Titan Wyvern, so it's just like, oh, okay, I guess you can't actually attack them ever. Yeah, Zayats isn't a really good Elder Titan. I think that's his comfort pick. Although I don't know much about Ilias, has to be said. So.
But then
Dire's turn to pick.
Crystal Maiden.
it's gonna be three. Oh, Tree and all of his skills costing.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's a way to balance a hero, huh?
Fight Gyro now. I mean, Gyro's a really like in the early game, clear it with the aura to help. The late game, ever builds up like aura item, the physical damage, armor reduction. Hero. Revenge on top.
Symphony of skills, so to speak.
I know it's probably gonna.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Magi!
Oh, okay.
No, this is Pasha Ogre, I think.
I
I think so.
if you do the ogre as the
Why is that?
ogre eat
10 seconds.
Ogre ET as a lane sounds amazing. You just run at them. You're just big fat dudes just coming in, looking all choked, fresh from the gym.
The Dire get a
it's all about
ban.
blocking the Gyro. Unfortunately, when you good.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Where's the Navi's damage coming from? GA goes off. How do they?
Yeah. I'm still on this Puck hype, you know. Puck versus Razor pretty good. You know, we've seen Puck. Actually, we saw a Puck with a Gyrocopter rush Desolator yesterday, which was hilarious. And then you get the anti-armor on everybody with the phase shift attack, and then
5 seconds
yeah,
remaining.
that was Ori indeed. That was a Vici game.
Yes.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
Drow Ranger.
We've definitely got some damage on EG, huh?
Yeah, they have. It feels very much like again like they. I say that like a little.
yeah.
10 seconds.
Early game performances.
5 seconds.
All right, Navi.
remaining.
Backs against the wall. You know, you're the pride of CIS. You need to pick up a huge mid laner now to turn this one around. This draft is not looking good. Let's bring your fans back on side. What's it going to be? Final pick for Navi. I mean, they don't have to worry though. Like their fan base isn't even awake right now. It's like 5, 6 a.m. in Russia. Or something. Maybe it's a little bit later than that in Russia, actually.
Lena.
Choose
And they go
your
for the Lena.
hero.
Magical Lena. I like that. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Would have preferred Puck still. There you go. What's it banned? I didn't see what was banned. Who cares? Bans are boring.
They don't have great gap play. He did some kind of right?
Yeah. Damn it. Yep. What you?
I'm definitely not Alex.
You can go to Yemen, should we say?
I just realised we're casting all of them are involved.
Hell yeah.
Finally came up for air.
Really hoping a CI one of the game.
Divide, dude. Divide.
Because if it goes 10-0, I'll be able to cast.
Come on, we're rooting for the biased casters now. Just rooting for one win for the CIS boys.
Come on, guys.
I think it should have. Gambit were playing later. They've been looking pretty hot. Yeah.
Gambit EG.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean,
Welcome back,
I
lad.
like that Navi doing something
Get any salt in your lungs?
a little bit different. This Ven GT play sounds pretty good. Where we go? See how much crit.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess a lot. Make a very compromised guess and say he's gonna get a lot done. This is crit. This is a very good hero right now. You start the game with 2 spells. It's intense. We'll say it's intense. Let's go. Game number 2. Come on, Navi. Have they got it in them to pull back from a disastrous game 1? Let's find out.
Prepare for battle.
I'm really freaking out.
I mean, you always got to play for the underdog, especially when someone gets that. You know, I just want good Dota, and if Navi played the same as they did last game,
What have I done?
it's not going to be a good game of Dota.
What a pump.
Yes.
I've got
Well.
goosebumps.
I like that lady.
That's what happens when I rush.
What the? I don't know. Need double what next game? Sad face. I don't know what they're talking about. Who knows? It is a mystery. Anyway.
Yeah, so I was gonna say these road position.
The all-knowing one.
30
dies.
seconds to battle.
Not strong. Stable girl.
Oh yeah, he's just got a big old mace today. Cool. Okay. Yeah, see how much Natus can do this game. I mean, I feel like a lot of this game is on him, to be honest with you. And that was a nice bait there from a bed, just to pretend he's placing a ward. Gonna waste a sentry. Fly, grab that bounty rune. Looks like it's gonna be 1-1 across the board as Crystallize picks up another bounty rune up at top. Make it all even, Stevens. So, Abed versus Magical in the middle lane. This should be a slightly closer matchup than we saw last game. The TA got absolutely crushed, but Magical is very hard to lose a lane as Lena. Yeah, he should be able to dodge area safely. This ward spot is mental, by the way. I mean, all the cliff ward spots are really insane.
Realise that ward is quite.
Denied!
Yeah, just fire blasting for a creep and not getting it. That's That's an interesting one for me. Yes. Yes. Oh well. Getting low. The dagger arrows are out. The frost arrows right clicks from crit, and that's going to result in a kill. That's one of the most busted lanes, by the way. Yeah, Zayats is going to die as well, I think. If you can get the shit. Oh, he gets a hit off. He eats a tree immediately and gets a kill onto the Drow. Meanwhile, Ilias gets a kill onto Fly up in the top lane. They're going to go for the Omni Knight as well. I think EG might be losing 2 up here as they continue running them down. Ramses goes north into the tree line. They kill off his courier, but he has managed to get the salve off, so Ramses survives a little bit longer thanks to the salve, but will also be losing his courier. And now with the stun coming out, they're going to keep on going right now. They've got a rocket barrage. They're going to actually be able to bring him down, and his courier, and he uses salve for this as well. Now V destroying up in the top lane. Man, so I mean, yeah, down here it was pretty exciting. The hell? Yeah, crits, just don't worry, RTZ, I got you covered. This hero, I've heard this hero is really OP. I'm just gonna carry now. This Drow tree lane might be like one of the most busted lanes right now, though. Yeah, so just wait until Drow gets level 2, and then we'll see some stuff. Yeah, he even made a pull. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Magic actually going down to a bed. My goodness, but down at bottom, Pasha's in some trouble, but in comes a sleep from Zayats, helping Pasha get out okay. He's got to get himself to safety. Meanwhile, what the... Oh, okay, Bed just died to the tower. Yes, he did. Long before. Yep, just resetting the lane. Makes sense. That would make sense to me, but I don't know, that raises pretty damn quick. He also went for this Bracer build, the Bracer Wraith Band, which just gives you a ton of stats, so the dive ability is pretty darn good. There we go, here's a animated reconstruction. Yeah, a bed just chasing him down, keeping the damage coming in. Magical forced to salve up pretty early here, and a bed actually... he was looking at maybe pulling something crazy off there, but Magical kept its distance. Yeah, that's that combo I was talking about. Zayats gets absolutely melted by it. Yeah. Nature's Grasp plus a multi-shot is a lot of slow and a ton of damage. It is very, very tricky to get out of that one once you get caught in it. There's pretty... it's got crazy, crazy range. It's pretty much impossible to get out of. Meanwhile, yeah, there we go. Ilias taking some hits here. Ramses and Fly trying to get some blood onto the Ogre. But that's a pretty hard hero to bring down. Really, our Crystallize just going to focus on getting these creeps and gets them both. Nicely done from Navi up here. Fly actually dies on top, as does Ilias. Okay, so the support's just trading their lives. No worries, no worries. Just trading. Well, the Bed's just constantly coming back in on Magical, constantly trying to smack him down a bit. Now the 5 minutes. And no one really seems to care about bounties right now. Top lane they do a little bit. Pasha on the run, and in comes a multi-shot as well. Pasha can't dodge out the arrows. The blast comes in from Fly. Fly chasing hard crits on top of him. There's no TP for you, sir. Crit is in the game, and he will find you in those trees and bring you down quick. Yeah, Navi trying to find some kind of retribution across the map, but that's not going to happen. Even a tip coming out from Ramses as well onto Crystallize, getting a little bit cocky here in the top lane as this Omni Knight just seems incapable of dying. Yeah, he's doing good. Crit's having a nice time. Uh-oh, Magical and mid being slowed down by Crit. Going to allow that static link to connect. The stun doesn't matter when you've got that static link off because he just keeps on doing the damage anyway.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Double damage.
Yeah, unless someone manages to figure it out, but you have to like come up with good responses to it, and I'm not really sure. I feel like Elder Titan is a good try, but yeah, it's Crit is getting a lot done so far.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Okay, big call. Let's see if it happens. Yeah, but you get HP regen, don't you, in the trees, so it's fine. He's gonna regen up anyways. Meanwhile, Ramses could be in some trouble. Heal comes out. He's got the Heavenly Grace as well, and Crit's just gonna throw out the Miniatures Grasp just to hold them back. Keeping Ramses nice and peachy up here.
Yeah, why does this make...
Dunno?
That's a great question.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting one for sure. But, you know, it's a thing and we've got to live with it. Meanwhile, Ramses is chasing down Crystallize. I think that's a real problem right here as Ramses just running at him right now. But now the turnaround comes in. The damage is there from Na'Vi. They put an end to Ramses' shenanigans and put him into the grave.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Underestimated.
Yeah, it happens.
Are scanning for enemies.
Denied.
For sure.
Level 5.
Boy, level 5 Rocket Barrage. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Tugging your leg. Anyway, Ramses. Sorry, RTZ getting some decent damage on this tower. Oh, that's not happening. No. Don't think RTZ is going to start tanking the tower to keep the catapult alive somehow. Yeah, now Razor picked it up. I do wonder if he gives this to Drow, but considering Bed's gone for this Wraithband Bracer, I think he just wants the attributes himself. One day, yes. True, true. Yeah, you ain't wrong. Yeah, I think one of the strongest things about the Drow's E, by the way, multi-shot, is like how quiet and like subtle it is. Like there's not a big animation for it. There's not a big noise for it. There is a little bit of a sound cue now, but it's so subtle, and you just find yourself, if she's like not immediately in front of you in a team fight, you suddenly just find yourself slowed by a crazy amount, taking a ton of damage. You have no idea what's going on. Meanwhile, in the lane, Razor's in some trouble. Last Tracker Ray comes down, the Gouda Blade as well. All these heroes just piling in on him, and there's the GG branch coming out. Meanwhile, Crystallize being jumped by EG. Crit Ramses on the case. Crystallize trying to turn it around, but he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and he's going to get run down as well. So it's a kill on the mid for a kill on the carry. I think EG probably making the right calls there. Oh yeah, he just before he died, yeah. The big GG branches. Yeah. If you have the GG branch, you got to use it in my books.
Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
It's sinking, just like your shit.
I don't know, in the middle of a team fight, you ain't seeing that. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, these lanes are very equal, though. You know, Magical, whilst he has died once or twice in this mid lane, he's still got to be happy, like Magical, with, and they've also managed to kill Abed once, and EG now coming in to defend this push in the mid. Double damage room for Abed means he can keep the pressure up here. I really feel like I'd like to see Na'Vi trying to make efforts to keep this tier 1 alive, but it doesn't look like they're going to do any such thing. You got an old Titan. Yeah. I just feel like this hurts Na'Vi so much, and a nice deny from Lina, yeah, but losing the gen. Crystallize just comes in on the front lines right now. They're going to use the ultimate from the Tree and Protector in order to hold them steady. Meanwhile, Pasha kills off Fly.
Na'Vi lose the tower.
Yeah. Exactly. And yeah, EG just get everything they want right now. You know, both there. They got crit. They've got Ramses farming up on these side lanes, completely uncontested, whilst Zayats has to make a run, and Pash has to make a run. Pash might even be in some trouble now as Drow Ranger just starting to unload. You think you can TP away? Not on your life. The multi-shot, the purification. That is Pasha dead. Yeah, hit me up.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. I like Legion Commander just for nice mustache. Oh yes, Ironwood, Mango, it is in heaven.
I'm really freaking out.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of people putting it around the Roche Pit. You know, you can kind of glitch it out into the wall of Roche Pit here, so you can't really see it, but it's been a bit done now, and people are able to find it pretty reliably. It seems to be something which people are checking pretty regularly, so I don't think we'll see that. Nope, no, that's still there. Meanwhile, CM is getting absolutely beaten in right now. No longer a maiden. Yeah, you can still do that. I'm fairly sure they haven't fixed that at all. I did it like a couple of days ago. So. Oh. We're supposed to implicitly trust each other. Yeah, they're going for a kill into crit here. Crit just throws down the ulti, run into the trees. Yeah, good luck, guys. See you later. Yeah, what are you trying to do? What's it? I'm just walking. So good. Do you see all the spells he cast to get away from that? Oh, wait. Oh, God.
All wands will break.
I think you gotta get pretty unlucky for it to be seen in the lane, and you have to have a hero walking past, because I don't think the creeps have enough vision. Maybe they would. Maybe they would. Hard to tell.
What's the timing of both?
Yeah. Is Hurricane Pike completely unacceptable in Gyro? But you need to get away from this Razor. That's my biggest fear in this game, is that they're just going to wait for Gyrocopter to farm. They're going to turn up to one fight. Crystallize's going to lose all his damage, and then they're going to be like, oh wait, Lina can't one-hot shot the entire team, so we're in trouble. Yeah, true.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
is under attack.
That'll be the focal point of the team fights, I'm fairly sure. Especially with the tree as well. If Crit can set up for a good ulti to knock them steady, just get a few seconds of that tag link off, it's going to make a huge difference in these fights.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yum yum. Fight's breaking out. Sleep comes out onto two. Meanwhile, a bed being controlled up nicely by Magical and this Yule Scepter, but it looks like it's going to be trouble for Na'Vi in the trees right now. They will stun up the tree and protect us. Stop them from getting an ultimate on off for now, but Zayats is done for. Ogamacha looks like he might be heading the same way, but Pasha comes in with a swap and now needs to get himself out. A bed, he's taking some damage here. He's got to be careful, but Fly also able to get the freeze off onto Crystallize. Stop him going forward for more. The Dragon Slayer doing so much. Crit so nearly dead. They can't finish off any of these kills. Finally, Crit goes down. Swap comes out as well as a nice play from Pasha. Gonna grab him one, but his team aren't with him. They just back themselves off, and that's going to be Fly dying, but Pasha dies for that one. Not too sure about that one, but with Arteezy on the backlines, Magical could not commit to that fight.
Yeah, that was really difficult. They unleashed their spells on this fight. Yeah, it's very, very hard for them to finish off these heroes, especially with the threat of the Drow just coming in around the sides, so...
Last long.
I love that they just went...
True. It did seem like a weird place to go and fight. We need the XP. Oh wait.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
What's Lena going for next? Oh, she's going for the piece of trouble. I like this actually. Magical going to be splitting some lanes, getting across the map a little bit quicker.
Dire's bottom tower couldn't withstand.
Rest in peace, bottom tower. Was too short for this world.
Tower is under pressure.
Yeah, I think both teams have kind of decent Roshan potential. With Avenge, it just kind of gives you that extra little bit of Rosh taking potential with the anti-armor. Oh, Crystallizer's lucky day. Yeah, just double drops Vampire Fangs and Dragon Scale, no problems.
Which is definitely a bait item.
Yeah, this is if you. I mean, I guess you can buy. But the thing is, so this was a great point which Saberlight made the other day, is that if you buy Vambrace, you are basically saying you can't. You're losing yourself money because you can't sell your Wraith Bands anymore. So it's just 600 gold down the drain. Yeah. The item costs you more than just the items it goes into it, and there's actually a fight breaking out here. Crit trying to get that ultimate off it. Look at the split shot coming through onto Ilias. Ilias probably not going to survive in this fight for very long, but does get a bunch of spells off of the blood. Crit's just going to lose his life straight away. Now the GA comes out from Ramses, allowing them to turn. Oh no, Gyrocopter too deep in on the sidelines though, and EG will punish, but they are pretty low. They're trying to turn this one around though. Arteezy's sitting on the front lines, not too scared of what Na'Vi can put out right now. He does indeed. He's also got a 4-staff, but holding back for now. Knew that Magical needed to be in range if they wanted to try and go for that kill, and he certainly was not, so... Yeah. Yeah, this gyro feels incredibly underwhelming, I gotta say. He turns up to the fight, goes, haha, I've got you all with flag cannon, you're all low on HP. Oh, GA, okay. Like, you've already used static link, there's no way you can take my damage up. Oh, I don't do any damage. And now Magical's gonna be the next target, drums are up, Yules is there. Lena, she's gonna be in a whole world of hurt. She's got a Yules of her own, not even gonna use it. Oh wait, she's on to a bed. What's up? What's that? Scouting spell. Yep, down the cliff to safety. See you later, Roshan. Arteezy gonna be taking it down pretty easily. Takes the Aegis as well onto the Drow Ranger.
Jar's actually getting a map there. He's very good against it. Yeah, we're gonna need Natus.
I'm really freaking out.
Money to burn.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Gold is a great conductor.
Mine!
Selfish.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
That will be range, right?
Yeah, they're pretty happy to do that, to be honest. There's no threat. That's just what I keep feeling for this Na'Vi lineup. There's no threat. I hope I'm proved wrong. I hope Gyrocopter gets the fight of dreams. They need to find like a fight where A, they don't get static linked for the gyro, obviously. We talked about that plenty of times. B, they blow GA on the Omni Knight at the wrong time. There's a lot of things that have to go right for them. Yeah. They might be setting up onto Ramses here. Both Magical and Zayat sitting in the trees. They're wasting a lot of time. Meanwhile, they're going on to Pasha in the middle lane, and this is not going to be a life for Pasha worth living. He gets brought down very quickly indeed, and Zayat is just going to go ahead and take this creep wave here. Here it comes.
Dire structures are fortified.
Zayat's like, don't worry, dude, I'm going to bait. And he just TPs away. Oh, no. Oh, dear. But he can TP himself out pretty safely. That little force over the trees. Meanwhile, Chris slides in some trouble up in the top lane. Crit and Abed bring him down. Now Ilias is looking like a tasty dessert here. The Ogre Magi not going to be lasting particularly long against Abed. Crit and Fly as they find themselves 2 kills up here in the top lane. Adding to that in the 1 kill they got in mid. And that's 3 across the board for them right now. Meanwhile, Arteezy just farming the enemy side of the map. Zayat's coming up onto the high ground. Can he even survive this? Magical just taking that multi-shot to the face, but she's silenced up. And now Arteezy just turns around, keeps hitting it. 4 stops in. Hello, Arteezy? This is a little bit too much, my friend. He's going to lose his Aegis and maybe more. In comes the Earth Splitter from Zayat. Storm going to follow up as well. A little bit early on the Earth Splitter there, and now being forced around as the rest of EG coming in to protect their carry. They punish pretty hard.
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower is about
Yeah, check across the map, and yeah, he's still unable to make plays. Well, it's a lack of punish from Na'Vi, unfortunately, but they're going to try and go for something here as Abed's going to be the target. Magical has got a light tracker rate, but just popping the BKB. All right, Abed, fine, fine. I mean, I think he was dead there if he didn't pop that BKB charge, so that's fair enough.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
It's the mango season. We got a mango farmer. This tree never got de-treed, by the way. You can't even call it de-warded because it's not a ward. No. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be insane if, like, someone tries to hide there as well, and they're just going to get caught out. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, they'll make the play onto Ramses. Can they finish him off in time? Lagoon Blade comes in, but there's a GA in response, and just down goes Pasha, getting absolutely melted. Ogre Magi as well, taking heavy hits. Ilias is going to drop. They look towards Zayat and Crystallize, but the Ice Tracker Ray does come through onto the Drought, holding him back. Magical trying to go for the response here, but unfortunately with the bed coming through, they force back the Lina. Magical onto the high ground. Does look like Zayat was able to escape onto the side as well. Managed to get the TP back to base, but 3 heroes surviving that, yet still struggling to keep EG from taking their buildings. They are rapidly running out of time to make something happen in this game, and still, this Gyrocopter has so little to offer to these fights. I don't think they do, my friend.
Surrender to the omniscience.
Yes, this is a wealthy tree. Money doesn't grow on tree, but tree grows money.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Illusion.
Yeah. Yeah, slightly outpaced, a little bit more speed than he was expecting perhaps, but yeah, Zayat's unfortunately catching the wrong end of that one. True. Yeah, it's really hard when you're playing, when you want to be like a roaming, you know, playmaking, anything like that. Magical could be in some real trouble right now. He goes for the bouncy rune, forced off. Oh, he doesn't make it up. Mahash is going to come in and save the day. Now forced off himself. Meanwhile, they're trying to get some damage off on Crystallize here, seeing if they can maybe bring down Fly or something like that, but it is going to put an end to it. So, hey, a successful trade from Na'Vi. They get the bounty rune and they get themselves out safely. I consider that a win. Good job, Na'Vi. Shut up. Shut up. They got a win. Let them have this. Yeah. Making it past 20 minutes is a win compared to last game. Still got a long way to go though. Feels like EG are just waiting for this Roche clock to come out. They want to break high ground. They want the Aegis if they want to be able to do that. Yeah, the Agis do love a bit of Agi. Na'Vi once again just scattering, but here's that tree coming into play. I wonder if Zayat's, do you see a mango? Yeah, was that? Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh no, that was a ping from Ramses. It's still not a ping from Na'Vi, but I don't think they have anything to take it down. They could have forced stuff to take it down, but yeah, that tree is doing so much work. And people ask me why I say this is the best tier 1 item. This tree is a tier 1 item. Like, it's done so much work this game.
Shrine is under attack. Dire's top shrine has fallen.
That cup runneth empty.
Are there any towers they could repair? Not even utilizing the split shot? Yeah, go for it. Just repair your middle tier 1 tower. Why not?
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, but are their towers actually going to get attacked? Now this is big. A repair kit on Na'Vi. Ilias has it. Yeah, they're wrestling for control.
A little bit worried for them. There's one hero that's gonna go.
Oh no. Titan Sliver for Drow. Multi-shot, in case you don't know, is based on base attack damage. That makes this very good, and now Zayat is just getting his cookies crumbled by the Drow. Quick little kill as he goes to pick up this Titan Sliver. Thank you very much. There it is. He's got it. Quick fingers. Meanwhile, at bottom, Ramsey does actually go down. Whilst we were watching Arteezy try and do some inventory management, there is a kill for Na'Vi, in fact. And now Abed's just coming in with a BKB. He wants to take all of Crystallize's damage. They try to get the swap away, but it's not quite enough. Crystallize just going down as Drow comes into the sidelines. They grab the kill. Now the Overgrowth holding still. Ilias, he's just sitting here inside the Frostbite. He's going to drop as well. And there's a gem for crit. And now he finds a courier which tries to steal the gem, but nothing escapes the tree. Nothing at all. He does. He wants his gem back. Ilias is coming in for it. Give me my gem, you bastard. And now the damage is coming through, and it looks like crit will be falling here. They do actually manage to hold a little bit longer. Now there's Arteezy on the side. Oh, it's just killed Ilias. What? Disgusting dieback. Meanwhile, the 4-star Drow up onto the high ground. That does mean he dodges out with Stomp. Meanwhile, Magical taking some hits here. Gotta be careful. Gotta respect the Drow. Look at Zayat. He's just bouncing. BKB pop from the Drow as he just sits on the front lines. 2 seconds until we've got another multi-shot. But realizing that his team are pretty far behind him. Pretty not so healthy. Oh, Zayat, no! No! Yeah.
No sorceries avail.
Haste.
All of a sudden, Marvin's going and take the 8.
Dear Father Christmas, for Christmas, all I want this year is a Natus multi-shot. Yours truly, Zayat. Well, Roshan's going to go down very quickly indeed, and this will be an Aegis for Arteezy once again, and a cheese for a bed as well. Oh, he's a big boy.
This'll come in handy.
77% physical resistance. Good luck. Meanwhile, Gyro with his 170 damage. Well, 70s. Well, what's 170 minus 77%? Not much. Not much. About 50 damage per hit. Crystallize's going to be doing to the Razor. Nice. Yeah. Like, you're not doing damage to him in that yield. We don't need to. You just need to take away his damage, and what's he gonna do? Rocket Roll. Whoa, okay. Fly dies. No. Occasionally they do get one. Meanwhile, Ramsey's actually forced up onto the high ground. My goodness, and now the swap comes out. RTZ on the high ground, but this guy has an Aegis, and he has a ton of damage to go along with it as well, so they actually have to back away. This swap maybe wasn't the play. Pasha does get finished off as well. Magical just trying to fight up into RTZ, but unfortunately that is not going to happen. Meanwhile, Zayats and Ilias coming forward, the support duo, hand in hand, standing off against EG. EG, they will wait for their friends to respawn. They got 2 of them ready. At least sell it. 500 gold. Avenger's not too bad of an option, I don't think. Oh no. Oh no, Zayas is having a rough one, isn't he? Luckily, this is a very value pickup. The Ghost Scepter is going to stop any of that multi-shot damage coming out onto him. I'm glad that works. I wasn't sure, but I'm glad it works. Oh no, Crystallized though, he's getting hunted down by the rest of EG. Yeah, he went on an adventure. He wanted to see greener pastures, you know, he's been stuck on the dire side of the map for a really long time, the dead trees, the grey ground. He just wanted to go and see some grass. Oh. Oh no. That's not what we like to see, is it? Yeah. Yeah, I think he's alright this time around. Magical does do a ton of right-click damage. Full Daedalus completed on Magical, by the way. I mean, this guy is hitting hard, but now Science comes out onto him. Drow's hitting harder. Needs to get under the tier 4s, but will be safe back here. Meanwhile, RTZ just taking shots at the barracks. Taking shots at Pasha, actually. What the? Oh, God. Okay. Thrown around like a pinball and broken in half. Yeah, what's... I don't know why the Titan Sinner's been put in the backpack for now from Drow, but there you go. Titan Sinner, hello. Well, Laguna Blade comes out into the Drow. Drow does not care. Keep it on chasing, and Ilias is going to be the one who's dropped. Good night. And they continue their rampage through the enemy base. EG taking buildings right now, looking for their second victory against Na'Vi. Blasting them back with that multi-shot. The damage is insane. Out comes, I mean, Magical, and they keep trying to trade hits, but this time he might not get away with this one. The Yules has to come out in order to avoid the right clicks, but they're just closing the gap here, and there come the right clicks. Down goes Magical, immediate buyback, trying to make something happen here. Meanwhile, Zayats trying to get back into the fountain. A bench is in the base, though. Pasha drops, Zayats drops as well. They've frozen inside the gyrocopter. Surely a bet has to stop it from outside the base. Arteezy is just fountain farming them, and Na'Vi will finally say, good game. We're out. White flags raised high. EG take game 2. As they pummel Na'Vi back inside their base. They keep on beating them all the way back into their fountain, and even then, kill them there as well. EG go absolutely mental.
TNC Predator's turn to ban.
Yeah, shocker. Has it that hero got 100?
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Broke it.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Yeah. Be nice for you to do something. Be a lovely change. A bit of a long.
10 seconds. Dire's ban now.
Mike's going live. Hello and welcome back to the Dota 2 Singapore World Pro Invitational. My name is Nomad and joining me is Mo Farah as we get in to the third series of the day, and this one is going to be Virtus Pro versus TNC Predator. The region does seem to be struggling today, yeah. Yesterday wasn't so bad for them. Gambit seemed to be doing alright. They took a game with Vici Gaming and lost the second one. Hashtag spoilers.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go back and watch every single group stage game before the playoffs. I'd be impressed.
Yeah, I mean, what to expect.
Sorry.
Saw a lot from them at the moment.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Probably they tend to wipe that every time it's on, but yeah.
But yeah, they've not been looking to.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Whoever wins, who owns this? Most likely.
Alright, my friend, let's not waste any more time. We do have a draft, so let's get straight into it. And so far, we've had a few heroes picked up, and those heroes have been Abaddon, Puck, and Tiny.
10 seconds.
The bands as well. The
5 seconds remaining.
Abaddon, Puck. Or do. He's not taking the.
Dire's ban now.
Venomancer.
You only got to pick TNC. You have to really flex. Anyway, like.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Yeah, it's really nice just to be, you know, I call it the yoga entry. You're just very flexible.
Whenever VP.
Well, that's when I was gonna say that's when we had Ramses. I think now it's PL.
Dire, get a ban.
Yeah, get it out of here.
The Radiant ban.
We don't want you to be comfortable.
I like that a lot. Like, if there's a support.
Yeah. And double silences are very annoying, plus being able to gust people out of
10 seconds.
coil. Pretty fun.
5 seconds. What'll it be?
Well, he's pretty good against Abaddon, honestly, because you can reduce the amount of healing Miscoil does. And I believe it works through borrowed time as well.
We haven't really been.
I don't know for sure, but I think it does. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Whatever time it is with you, hope you're having a nice day so far. If you're in SEA, then I suppose it's probably coming up to midday, probably late afternoon for you actually. NA probably going to bed now. Watch their boys EG play, and now they're going to sleep. True. They got to wait for the next series. Yeah, they got to stay awake. And yeah, if you're in EU, then good morning. Good morning. We are indeed up. It's 6 a.m. We've been casting since 2 a.m.
5 seconds remaining.
What, being up at 7:15? That makes you a psycho. In EU, they're an hour ahead of us. Time zones, come on. I know it's 6 a.m. Yeah, we just don't even think about them anymore.
Dire's turn to pick. Brewmaster!
Oh, they pick up the brew. Okay, so they shove in the... Still leaves the... It's so interesting.
10 seconds.
Not a tradition.
Yeah,
5
agreed.
seconds remaining.
Fast, you know.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Chen.
Why is that, my fire? I have actually seen March Chen, believe it or not. I have watched Dota in the past, 4 months, so I have seen March Chen. Yeah. And I've watched people die to March Chen repeatedly.
10 seconds.
Guy got a car for it playing Chen.
5
No,
seconds
March
remaining.
did. No.
Still March at the end.
Did you? Never mind that. How'd you get the car through security? Yeah. What the hell? Will this fit in the hold? No.
Dire's turn to pick.
Yeah, they will. There you go. Helicopter coming out for Virtus Pro.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Yeah, they just want to run at people. We know what they like to do. And TNC pick the anti-run at you hero. And pick up the faceless void. Probably not. Who even buys Axe on that hero anymore? We just see people go AC. And the game's usually over by then, so see you later.
10 seconds.
The Axe, still good.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's for sure.
The Dire get a ban. Dire's turn to pick.
Bash is still hilarious though on Tiny, if you've ever seen that Basher Ags. Ooh! Alright, TNC Predator gonna pick up the Magnus. Haven't really seen this hero since the Aghanims got nerfed. But he's gonna make a player. I think it's a 4-position Magnus and a mid-Tiny. Mid-Mag?
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Is it?
Templar assassin.
Choose your hero.
All right, let's pick up the TA. No one will be on his Templar Assassin. Venom, yeah, that would be the ultimate counterplay, but... It's going to be Armel on the Magnus and Gabby on the Void.
This looks like such a TNC.
Yep. Yeah, it certainly does.
And they're just so... Both teams are... a little bit shaky.
They have, we know the Virtus Pro has potential, but how much potential is yet to be seen.
Individual skill ceiling.
Yeah. I think this is a pretty even draft from both teams here. I wouldn't say anybody's like a clear favorite. Overall, I think I prefer Virtus Pro just because they've got the team fighting and they've got a good spread of damage as well across their lineup. TNC seem a little bit more niche, but then at the same time, I can see this Void getting out of hand very quickly with things, empowering him and buffing him up. So let's find out what happens. Game number 1 between Virtus Pro and TNC getting underway. Let's enjoy it.
Just fine.
Prepare for battle. Better luck next time.
Can't escape your sins.
What blasphemy is this?
I
For everybody.
They'll never find
No one.
I'm just worried that like this fight, what was
This
the game
is just fine.
a lot of
Yeah, TA does hit a much harder timing than... Well, I mean, Chen doesn't really hit timings. He just kind of is a constant timing. So yeah, when the TA comes out with that kind of blink deso, we're going to have issues on the side of TNC. That's something which Virtus Pro have to make work. But of course, we have to have good lanes before then. We've seen plenty of games where the lanes have just been lost and then the game looks unsalvageable from then. If TNC can crush their laning phase, then that's certainly a possibility. Virtus Pro now bringing 3 heroes up top, just zoning back TNC and making sure they can get these bounties. Not happening, is it? It's going to be very hard to last hit against as well with that extra damage the denies.
Another go round, Tide Hunter.
Bring it on, Sea Dog.
Oh, cool. Well, TA be on, she'll be on, well, yeah, just 67 to start off with. Less than, yeah, not as much, probably. Yeah. Big difference. No one blocks range free, but doesn't get under attack. Alright, so, yeah, gonna be a pretty plain start to the game. Yeah, you get a little bit of value from it. Nice start to the lane from Mag, finding himself 3 denies. Unable to find that last hit, unfortunately. Meanwhile, up at the top, yeah, Seb just trying to get as much damage into March as he can, stop him just being able to sit in lane and harass resolution or whatever until he goes and grabs these creeps. We all down the bottom, we have ourselves Tims and KP laning up against Solo and Epileptic Kid.
Get any salt in your lungs?
Yeah, he's doing well, and a nice toss back actually there from Tims onto Solo. He actually denies the rocket. All right, that's value right there. Nice TSing from Athletic Kid under that tower. So, help me out here. Where's First Blood going to come from? Definitely bot lane. Okay, all right, 100% bottom lane. We don't need to look anywhere else. It's not going to happen. Give up. Cool. This makes life easy. Yeah, Solo's being very aggressive with his Photic Shield positioning. Got a Mango, so definitely has a couple more available. No. I don't want to see. I don't want to hear any backtracking. I want to hear. Yeah, all in on bot. Where do you think, chat? Where do you think First Blood's going to come from? If you get it right, then we can give you absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. No, you don't. I'm not. Oh dear, Tiny. He's looking pretty low right now. KP coming in, but there's your First Blood coming out. It's pretty impressive. Pretty good stuff. You said bottom lane. You get nothing. You don't get anything. No one gets anything. We're not entitled to give out prize. Oh. Yeah. You'll also be the only member. Oh, so low! He's running for it! He's almost like, oh my courier! He's gonna die! It was all happened so fast. I don't know. he's on a mad one today. It's just oh my god. TA's just confused. No one's just like, what the Solo just yeah, it's all good. Just keep laning. Solo, you're a pleasure to watch. And a toss back onto your man Solo, but he is going to be able to get this aphotic curse onto Tiny. Nice save there from me. I was going to say aphotic shield, didn't I? I didn't. Yep. Take hits. Be strong. Him and Tim's playing a dance of death right now. Okay, there we go. Yep, Solo should still get this pull off here. Nicely done. Okay. Did get the pull off. Slide onto Epileptic Kid, quickly purged off by the Abaddon.
I'm really surprised with that.
Yeah, it's really solid. Let's have a look at how mid lane's going down though. Armel currently on 28 and 11 compared to the TA's 20 and 2. So not that bad, you know. It's a TA. She doesn't really play amazingly well versus Magnus. But she's gonna go jungle. She's gonna hit some creeps. Easy. Find the efficiency. Come back to lane. Armel though, he's putting the creeps across here actually. That's interesting. So that's trying to force the TA back sooner and trying to make sure. Oh, getting really low here. Save. Actually pops it south. Keeps himself alive. Just about surviving through the Harpy Stormcraft there. Resolution able to secure that bounty rune. Oh, that was awfully close, but Save does survive. Meanwhile, Armel trying to mess with no one a little bit here, but nothing going to come of this in the mid lane. I'll keep on trying to lane up against one another for now. Nothing, that's the thing though, like Magnus, whilst he is going to be able to get a CS advantage over the TA in theory, once TA kind of gets a couple of points up in the fraction and the side blades, you know, this mag with the traps as well, there's too much kill through, there's too much damage. You can't afford to try and lane versus the TA anymore, so no one probably has control of this lane now.
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, TIE Conquest.
March trying to get TP over to the tower, is successful in doing so. He's going to live another day and heal up eventually from his Divine Favor plus Tangos.
Fortification can save them.
What's this?
No one's going a little bit aggressive on this one, but with the Fortify out and yeah, I genuinely don't think that's an attempt. Oh no, Armel's courier gets dropped by a Sideblade. Yeah, revenge for earlier.
So it starts with an absolute wall of plague. level ahead of.
Yeah, KB knows exactly what his role is this game, and it is to keep the pressure on this tower, keep these Venom wards alive, and try and force a Blighty Kid to do something about it. And of course, Flat Cannon doesn't work on the Venom wards, thankfully for KP.
That would be horrific.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. But it would not be a good mechanic. Then it would be dead hero. We'll switch over to net worth and see the TA, unsurprisingly, pretty damn far ahead, but Magnet's not too far behind. He didn't do terribly in this middle lane. Good start. Kind of came behind a little bit, but I want to see a little bit more from Tim's here, I feel, but I mean, then you look at this game and you look at the lanes and you say, where exactly does he go? Kill onto KP down in the bottom lane.
Three holes on which to waste them.
The problem is Venom's not like a usable game. Waddle went up.
No. Slither, not Waddle. Exactly. Slither back to the lane. But yeah, I mean, a pretty quiet laning phase, all things considered. Only 3 kills happening so far. A 1k gold advantage for Virtus Pro, though, as they do pretty nicely, all things considered. Resolution's one I'm going to be looking at this game as well. You know, we saw some slightly underwhelming performances from him earlier on today versus EG. So let's see what he can pull out this game versus TNC. Rezo's actually got this Helm of the Dominator out. I'm wondering if he wants to pressure towers or put some pressure onto Gabby. Is that a... might? No, good. Treads. Yeah, he straight up rushed it. No boots. Yeah, assert dominance. Always a play. Yeah, there's a few of them, and he's got himself a tomato creep as well. Hellbear Smasher, gonna be super annoying and help out no one. Oh, Save in some trouble once again. TNC running him down and finding this park and getting a courier as well. Solo loses his courier. Yeah, it's just feeling a little bit slow and awkward from Virtus Pro as TNC making some good movements now and kind of taking a bit of control of this game. But both teams getting an outpost. Still very, very even this game. I definitely don't think either team is playing particularly badly right now or making any game-changing mistakes just yet.
Just yet. Should we be expecting?
Yeah, Magnus is going to break it in an attempt to try and get a skewer away or something like that, but the silence comes in from Save, and that's going to result in a kill, and that is Armel going down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a shame that this catapult wave for theirs has already died, but with this tomato creep, they don't even need it. They're just going to go and kill the tower anyway. They've got the damage. Aggressive pinging.
Tower is under pressure.
Fortified structures can't be breached.
I could.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Radiant fortified their
So what's your favorite neutral item? Yeah.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, sorry. What about the Aghanim's Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, so Tome of Aghanims, Hellion Dying, yeah. Where are you struggling to remember? Strange. Third eye.
Oh yeah, third. Okay.
Yeah. Super high damage Cataclysm as well.
I was playing as Void Devotion.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drum.
Yeah, this one was mad.
Oh, the Luna one.
Oh, I never experienced that one, unfortunately.
The Luna Ultimate. Base still.
Yeah, Tens just looks like he wants to play a kind of slower game than these kind of rushing. You know, he's not taking that much space on the map. Definitely wants to be making money for his teammates. They just save the Veno. Yeah, I saw the Veno suddenly appear at mid, and I looked down at bottom, and there's just a bunch of rulings sitting around, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see what's happened here. That's not good. This guy's kind of good at Dota 2, the video game. Who knew? Yeah, apparently it's been pretty popular in some other regions. Yeah.
Unseen, not obscured.
Uh-oh, Magnus found out under the sentry ward. He's living a sad life right now, just sitting here waiting for the sweet release of death, and it will come at the hand of no one. I'm thinking now, they've got the Deso on TA. Does seem like a risk without split, though. How much longer are they going to wait? Yeah, 60 seconds. And the Chrono comes down. They manage to catch out the puck. Rookie Resolution. Oh, they actually toss Resolution back into the Chronosphere for what it's worth. Meanwhile, Tim's, I think, will be losing his life for this little play, though. Void just jumping up to the high ground. KP going for the TP out. Do they have the damage? They have the damage. They do have the damage. Down goes the Venomancer as well. So, I mean, Virtus Pro, they suddenly find themselves 3 kills. They don't get Roshan, but they get a bunch of heroes instead. Yeah, you become spaghetti.
My friend's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the blood.
Yeah, it did seem odd to me. Even without split, I mean, you've got no Chrono now on the side of TNC, and they've just gotten a bunch of kills, but I guess that means they're going to be coming back on full health and mana, so I didn't want to risk anything without Shrine there. Resolution just chilling in the pit for a bit. The game's very fast paced. Resolution just wanted to take a break for a minute, and now we go for it. The pings are out already from TNC. They know what's going on here, but can they interrupt it? They got to be real quick. I'm not sure they're being quick enough about this. With the cooldown coming down from Epileptic Kid as well, I think this Roshan might belong to Virtus Pro. Rezo just zoning them out of the pit, and no one will take up that Aegis. And now they got the call out onto the Faceless Void. An Avalanche from the high ground going to buy the Void the space he needs, but no one's on top of him doing the damage. But can they finish the job? It doesn't look like they can. Faceless Void's actually going to be able to get himself away from this one, but no, they close the gap with the Brewling, get the kill. March in trouble as well now as well. Armel trying to do his best to stop this happening, but Epileptic Kid just chasing him down. Armel will fall. March as well makes it 3 for Virtus Pro, as well as an Aegis. Tim's going for the TP out. He's going to be successful in doing so, but Virtus Pro can now look towards his tower, shielding up the siege creep as well, making sure they've got something alive to enable this push here. Oh, VP, they just took a big step forward in this game.
Your Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah.
what they needed though. They needed first road. Bigger.
A mysterious force.
Yeah, he's going for
Well, Solo's having some fun on the river, but meanwhile, KP's actually taken a fall down in the bottom lane. Fight continues to save. They're trying to play around with the Faceless Void here. Nice little jump away there from the puck. Could have chronoed him if he wanted, but with Solo right next to him, that just doesn't seem like a good idea. So, they'll hold. TNC losing the Veno, but I mean, Veno died like so far down in this lane that it was kind of worth it, to be honest. Like, just making the space. Don't know, not too sure when it's a Veno, but...
Are Radiant using echolocation?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I like Crimson Guards in most games, and whenever you got any kind of spread or illusion damage, then yeah, it becomes very tasty.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah, I feel like he should kind of be a top. I mean, I don't know what he's going to do down here at bottom lane other than maybe die again. Well, he can't do that. it's like you should pressure other lanes, I feel, but Gabby's doing that plenty, I guess. So he just wants to try and maybe set up, force some heroes back, do what he can. One man versus the world. What, running down a lane? Yeah, no, this is a pretty, I think, a well-considered play. Definitely an aggressive kind of genre of play, but for sure... Yeah. No, this game they're doing things right though. It feels like this is well considered, well led VP. And this could be big from TNC though. They're TPing heroes up to top on the side of Virtus Pro, but there is everybody from TNC making their way up. But they've already taken down KP. Did he get the ultimate off? Doesn't look like he did. They tried to interrupt the outpost, and actually, yeah. All right, VP take the outpost, and yeah, TNC are gone. They're out of here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is about to take.
What does he even do with BKB though? Like, he's not going to be landing RPs against that team.
Dire's top tower is gone.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
All right, we'll see. We'll see how it works out for them. I feel like it's going to be underwhelming, but we'll see.
I don't think being amazing either.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Also, where's Gabby's farm, by the way? Like, this is an empowered Void. This is Void with Magnus, and he ain't getting squat.
Middle tower just got knocked down.
Bottom tower faces a stiff.
Truth. And a Bloated Kid just looking to the Maelstrom as well, so all across the board, trying to hit timings on VP. The thing is, they will be playing into this BKB timing a little bit, I feel.
First stages.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Look at Solo just running at heroes.
Radiant's top tower
Completely, his team were behind him, but they were a fair way behind him. But, that's no way the enemy can know that, so you just run at them. Just force them out. All by yourself. Easy. Yeah. I love them. Meanwhile, in comes a coil onto the Venomancer. KP will be going down once again. It's a hard day to be a Venomancer, but at least it's him getting killed and not the Void, not the Magnus. These guys still out pushing lanes, going deep, going hard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's like the perfect scenario.
Yeah, for sure. See some double damage to farm multiple camps. Roshan, where art thou, Roshan? I crave for your Aegis and cheese. Should be a what?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here I am.
Yeah, not too far away from them either. Yeah, he's just hoarding neutral items. Why not? Yeah, position charity case. But it's really nice just to move into items, especially Boots of Travel. Like, I feel like Boots of Travel is still an awesome item, didn't really get nerfed at all. And now you've got neutral items to pad out your stats so that you can go for this, really expensive item which doesn't give you any stats and still feel like a strong hero. That's really big. God damn it. That's what happens when I try to analyze. Yeah.
So reliant.
They might have seen actually just now that he's got this BKB finished off, and that's what caused the puck to change, honestly. But yeah, he's immediately going for it though. There's a point booster. What's that? Bounty runes are spawning, and nobody's on the bottom side of the map. Gabby's gonna TP. Yeah.
A prize.
That's the beauty of the Chen. You will always get these bounty runes.
Time is money.
Be brought back in time for a fight if he's needed, which it looks like he might be. Virtus Pro do seem to be setting up for this Roshan fight. Yes, indeed. Yep. 16% stealth distance, 16% base attribute, and 16%. What's the last one? Yeah, that was a coil just to hold the void back whilst the rest of the team try and go for some kills, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen, so coil's going to be wasted for nothing. Yeah, he could have just removed that at any point. You haven't really stopped much there. Maybe he was just BKB baiting, who knows? I don't know. Do you know? Alright, you do know. Yep. Not succumbing to the pressure which Virtus Pro are trying to put on. That means they've still got a void for the fight, they've still got the chrono for the fight, they've still got the BKB for the fight. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Yeah. That kid did get on top of him. Oh, they're trying to go here. They make the play. Resolution's wrapped around the back, and now no one jumping into the front lines trying to bring down KP. KP, though, very tanky, especially with the Crimson Guard and the Craggy. And then they will be able to get the Chronosphere out now. They're trying to bring down the Gyrocopter inside of it, but they're not quite doing enough damage. But now with the RP, they will be able to finish the job. I say that. They'll finally finish him off. Meanwhile, Solo also drops as well. They get one return kill onto March. Meanwhile, Rezo needs to get himself out of here, but I'm not quite sure that's possible. TNC are actually taking this fight. Save from behind, gets a beautiful coil onto 3. Where's the follow-up? It's coming in. Resolution is here. Gabby is low. Make it up to the high ground right now. It doesn't look like Virtus.pro actually finishing off these kills. Despite the buybacks, it's looking real rough for them right now. And Resolution's getting beaten down in the front lines. Tim's coming in with the arrow, with the toss. Resolution still alive for the time being, but finally finished off. Meanwhile, in goes, well, everybody on the side of Virtus.pro. And they'll take down March and Armel, and Gabby gets run down as well. Virtus.pro do take the fight in the end. KP trying to get the TP away here. Nothing's going to stop that from happening. Meanwhile, Virtus.pro will now look back towards that Roshan's pit. 3 heroes dead on the side of TNC. 3 buybacks used as well. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I got to question that. It's so tempting to play around this high ground, though. You know, it feels like an awesome place to play, but because of all the vision blocks and actually the vision which they were able to grab on the side of Virtus.pro, it actually wasn't that advantageous for them to fight there.
It looks really good. But all of a sudden, it's forced by that, right? And this 4-man coil comes up, hold them there. Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah.
Okay. Really painful.
Did somebody say minus armor?
It's minus the armor.
What's that? 8, 7, yeah. Whew. That's nothing to play around with.
You're actually doing the same fight.
No, you don't. Yeah, this is gonna be disgusting. They're actually putting it on her. I don't know, the spread seems kind of tempting. Oh. Ugh. True, true. Brew will still apply it on his... No, wait. He won't apply it on his Earth Panda, will he? Yeah, he's going cold right now. He's got the BKB. Oh, it's the Ags. Okay, yeah, now we're in trouble. He breaks a call. He doesn't realize. Oh, no. Gabby's going to lose his life. And the taunts come out from Save immediately. Gabby getting tipped now as well, as he's dead on the sidelines for 60 seconds of Virtus.pro. They might realize that he has no buyback and start to look towards the high ground now.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Yeah. Minus 12 on the tower. Unfortunately, can't meld strike towers, but there you go. Still, doesn't really make too much of a difference. Down goes the middle tower. The Rarik's falling quickly as well. Magnus can do nothing but watch. He has now finished off his Ags at the very least. I mean, maybe he can contribute to the next fight. It's trying to scare him away, so I'm going to RP you boys. Better get away from here, but no, Virtus.pro they ignore his shenanigans, just continue taking away these barracks. 14 seconds until the Faceless Void is back. Virtus.pro do need to consider getting out right now. They're being pumped a little bit. Void back in 7. I'm not sure they can.
Dire's top shrine is under attack.
Aegis Cheese still up. Yeah, Virtus.pro just playing this game textbook checkbox Dota. Exactly what they want to do. TNC seem incapable of stopping them from doing it.
Interesting.
Dire's top shrine is under attack. Dire's top shrine has fallen.
Not long to go. The ending is in sight for Virtus.pro. TNC, I mean, you feel like you're going to see something from them, right? Like some kind of team fight, some kind of Chronosphere, some kind of reverse polarity. This Magnus, to me, has done so little this game.
Now he has the
No. Yeah, Tiny with an inactive team is a very awkward situation to be in. You know, Tiny wants to be a very active hero, especially when he goes to the Blink build as well. He wants to be making plays, he wants to be finding his team kills, but his team doesn't want to kill, his team can't kill. It's too scary. Maybe he can get some nice top packs into base, but Athletic Kid happy to take to the high ground. Still has a few more seconds on his Aegis, about 30 seconds left on it, so gotta make the most out of it and just start trying to take the final lane of Barracks. They do manage to get the toss back, that's pretty far. Athletic Kid is out of position, but he's got the Satanic, so he's just surviving through all of this right now. He doesn't even care. Happy, fight me, chrono me, I don't care. Athletic Kid happy to just tank up the front lines once no one with the double damage rune gets to work on the melee Barracks. There you go, there's mega creeps. Oh, almost. They got top still to go. My bad. Yeah, do they move through to top? Do they hold back? Well, that's your Aegis running out, so should be enough to make Virtus Pro feel like a little bit vulnerable. No, they're still looking here. There's a silence out onto the Void. They can play if they want to, but they do not for now. Meanwhile, Armel just running towards the Gyrocopter, pops the RP. Now the Chronosphere comes down as well, but no one just pops the Void immediately, jumping over to the side. Now up onto the high ground behind KP, cutting off his line of escape, and that's going to be another hero dead. Venomance is going to be the next target. BKB pop the GG is already called. This one is over. Virtus Pro will take it in 33 minutes. Yes. Yeah.
Radiant's turn to
Pro's
ban.
turn to ban.
Yourself. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah.
Dire's ban now.
Good banana. Why do I have
Is the
flashbacks with banana?
Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now.
One Esports will run the last Dota 2 major of the DPC. One Esports will run the last D. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Is the Radiant ban.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
I'm gonna play Apple the draft, right?
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Templar Assassin.
Dire's turn to pick. 10. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Hello and welcome back to the World Pro Invitational presented by PGR. My name is Nomad and joining me is Mo as we are here for the second game of TNC Predator versus Virtus Pro in the group stages. Farah, can you tell me the significance of this match?
TNC
10 seconds.
J-Storm and
5 seconds remaining.
whoever comes. So two allies and C. So if both B viewers them third and fourth. Win this game. Viewers V. TNC have a
Wow. I mean, that would take some upsetting from J-Storm and Asta, right? I mean, what are their matchups?
Asta are currently 1-0 up against.
Whoa.
So
Radiant's turn to ban.
make sure that
Dire's ban
Yeah.
now.
J-Storm and
Well, both Virtus Pro and TNC have to win this
Here's
game,
the Radiant
right? Like,
band.
they're in the same position, aren't they? Exactly right now.
Yeah, but
Why?
because BP should be fine.
Yeah, how do they do? VP 2-0 J-Storm. No, they beat J-Storm, Druid Aster.
10 seconds.
Okay, so, and the fact that Aster's winning actually puts VP in the worst position.
Yeah.
The VP should be scared. Bloody hell, that's confusing. Well, true, which does seem a little bit far-fetched. What about, what was J-Storm's? What's J-Storm's matchup? Oh, versus Alliance. Okay, so both very hard matchups. They're fighting the top two in the group, of course, so yeah, that's gonna be tough. All right. Yeah, huge. Absolutely. Yeah, doors are open for Alliance.
Let's talk about this draft.
Let's!
First pick out. Fourth game. THF. Gave themselves really early on.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Bad Rider!
Sorry, please. Still plays. Ball back rider. In love with this game. It's also very good against.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. Agree. I think Batrider is definitely one of the underutilized heroes of the patch so far. He's pretty fun.
Don't level up.
Dire's turn to pick.
Mirana.
Really scary.
Yeah, that's a dead hero.
Radiant's turn to back.
Right? See?
Whoa, so many new heroes in this draft.
Dude, I mean, Unclaw's really good against. It also gives them wave clear as well.
10 seconds.
But I'm still confused about this Mirana pickup though. Like, what is the reason for this? You're picking it into an Abaddon, so it's not for the arrows.
This is really good at my only problem, my thing is that, okay, yeah, you have good. Now you need. But all the other heroes, so far,
Dire's turn.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Warlord.
Yeah, this is something they're comfortable with. They really like this Troll Warlord. And it seems like a great troll game. It does. It fits their tempo very nicely. They want to run down lanes. They want to do Virtus Pro things.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
as well, so you can also, I mean, VP banned Oracle, so they're assuming.
Yeah, but they know something we do not.
Omni Knight.
Choose your
They go Omni Knight instead. No, that's true. What is this Mirana doing? They're so reliant on Mirana landing arrows this game. Like, he's got the world on his shoulders, and even then, like, there's gonna be an abandon to just get rid of the stun. I don't know, what did TNC do about this Batrider flying on the heads? What do they do about this Troll Warlord running at them? What do they do about this Razor running at them?
Yeah, he's really
True.
right, just take.
Yeah.
Has a good, like, Unlock doesn't need help in lane, right? Yeah, a little bit difficult.
10 seconds.
You know what, Mo Farah? I love being wrong when we cast. And in this game, I'm looking at it and going, I really hope I'm wrong about this one because I just can't see what TNC do this game. But there are often things which we miss. You know, maybe they've got this huge timing or huge potential in their draft. Screw it. Maybe they win every lane and just snowball down lanes with Terrorblade, but I can't see it.
If TNC can get the Omni Knight in a... But otherwise, I see the winning on that. Because Outrider beats... Outrider Underlord. Razor beats...
Yeah, it seems like the most likely action.
Lane station. Like... So they're very reliant on this game and...
No, it certainly is not. I mean, winning any lane against Raze is always hard. And, you know, we saw a TA versus Razor matchup a little bit earlier on today, and the TA got pretty bodied hard, and that was a magical TA. And she didn't have time to come back in the jungle, you know, she just wasn't really much of an impact in the game, so... Right, that's going to be the same story again, but of course, you know, this is TNC. They have been the most successful team this season so far. Let's not forget that. I'm sure they have something up their sleeve which we haven't noticed right yet, so let's get into this second game, this best 2 series, and see what TNC can put out the bag for this one.
I saw that ending from my...
No. This hero will always do things if given the chance.
One of those heroes. It always does a huge...
Yeah, also this hero doesn't care about being beaten in lane too much. You know, as long as he gets level 3, he can just hit the jungle pretty hard and farm up very efficiently. Yeah. Problem is...
That's this is what I mean, that's what I'm worried.
Yeah.
I feel like saving
30 seconds to battle.
his lips.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Armel as well, you know, another hero who you're like, well, they can just go into the jungle. Oh, dear, there is a Batrider in the game. And also, you know, Razor loves diving as well. He's not going to have any troubles with going to pay a visit to some heroes in the jungle.
Miles away.
Yeah, so just to play on the Batrider.
Off the lines. We embark for battle.
See, I mean, you know, we just called this game from head to start, isn't it? It's already over. 3 runes. What do you do?
That's it. That means you lose if you get...
Yeah, only if you get all of them. That's the curse, the undoable curse. You can never take all the runes. Your greed will kill you.
If you get 3 now.
Yeah, 3's alright. No worries, mate. Alrighty, we're starting things up in the mid lane with, oh, surprise, surprise, a static link onto Armel. Yeah, a little bit of XP. Armel's definitely happy about that. Something going his way already, but there's a nice knife from no one as well, and he's just going to continue racking up and knocking down these creeps. I mean... Yeah, well, she's done a good job interrupting this pull at least, you know, being able to get the creeps dead nice and quickly and cause the wave to stack. That's actually going to be very beneficial for epileptic kids to be able to hold the creeps. Yeah, sorry, beneficial for KP in the long run. What?
First blood.
What happened? How did that happen?
Armel was playing really well around no one. That, like you say, that shouldn't.
What the hell? Wait, yeah, I apologize for missing that kill, but I mean, how does that? Okay, how does that one go down? I don't know. So, all right, Armel draws first blood in the mid lane. Side blades, baby. It's a thing. It's a spell.
No one was really like. No, but just
Mysteries renew me.
all of a sudden, if I kill him, one hit away.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit of a thorn in Virtus.pro's side for sure. You know, they did not expect that to happen in their middle lane. You know, they picked a Razor to demolish this TA. It's going to be able to get a lot of damage from this side link though, and he's just taking his TA for a walk now. Won't be able to get the kill though. Yeah, nice salve out from the TA. I mean, she's all right from that one. Pretty much planned on taking all that damage in order to get a couple of those CS, or at least getting the XP range for those CS under the tower. Well, down at bottom, it's Gabby versus Rezo. Gabby, off to a slow start, 9-2 currently. 17 CS on No One, 15 CS on Resolution, 15 CS on Epileptic Kid. This is a very dominant start to the game from Virtus.pro. Despite the first blood, despite the kill at mid, you know, they're still in a very good position. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's going to help out a lot. Oh, careful with that courier boy. There we go. Off Panic Fox will get away safely. Yeah, up at top, KP's deciding just to kind of take the lane solo. Tim's, he's jungling. Oh no, he can't land the arrow. There you go. There you go. There you go. Go to the big creep. Tim's always lands the arrow.
Fortified
Surrender
structures
to
can't
the
be
omniscience.
I could.
Yeah, a bit of efficiency, always nice. Meanwhile, Armel continues to struggle in this middle lane, being whipped by No One time and time again. KP, again, jump support by her to get a little bit here. Epileptic Kid showing his teeth, but also taking some damage as the purification comes through. But they're going for this one. The arrow connects onto Epileptic Kid. Epileptic Kid needs some help, and Solo will give it. There comes a shield. There comes a couple of axes towards Tim's as well, but he's still got a leap available if he does need to get to safety, and he will use it just to get himself out okay.
Surrender to the omniscience. Not so.
Radiant fortified their structures. Attack their top tower. Need some friends.
Same as you, Tide Hunter.
My direct reward.
Yeah, Gabby actually been able to stay in this lane kind of longer than I thought, which is something, but as you mentioned, you know, doesn't really want to go to the jungle too badly with the Batrider sitting around there just being annoying, so he's happy to stay in lane for as long as he possibly can until he's absolutely forced there.
Literally, the only reason why.
Big news.
That was literally, otherwise he would have had to go. Apparently, we'll just run it.
Yep, thank you, Gaben. Something going TNC's way. Quite. Alright. Christmas patch for Dota. What do you include in it? Yeah. Or Frostiness, should we say. I'm hanging. I'm hanging. Gotta respect the D wards, you know? I think, you know, people need to hype up the D wards a bit more. Supports need hype. It's unfair. Yeah, that's pretty common, I think. And I'm not a big Batrider player myself, but I think I've seen a fair amount of players go for the Flame Break just for the insane amount of damage it gives.
Well, I guess.
Yeah, possibly, possibly.
Now, here comes the.
Yep, time to flex it in the jungle.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Yeah, getting in range for it. Still Gavi doing a great job on farming up that ancient camp. It's always some nice gold to be found there. We'll throw it over to net worth as there was all this jungling going on. Gonna mess things up on the CS front. Look at this huge stack here as well, and yeah, Solo has seen this. I imagine TNC will now want to try and take it up post-haste. Chasing Solo back with a couple of nailed hits, and no one comes in from behind actually, popping the ultimate. They've got the Shrine to play with though. I think this might be a little bit risky from Furnace Probe. They've taken so much of Arnold's damage. Nice arrow comes flying on through, but KP, he's going to get run down here by no one. Tim's... yeah, he's not sticking around though. Doesn't really have the health to do it, I don't think. Yeah. It's a risk. But still, I mean, yeah, I think our mouse is going to farm these stacks now. Honestly, like, oh, Chen, Rezo's chasing. Rezo needs a right click. Can he find it? Don't think he can. I think he needs a little bit more than just one now. Oh, actually cancelling that one. Maybe getting out of range, hard to tell, but there you go. That means a Chen shall live. Wow. Damn, this is a big stack. Big, juicy stack. Now a mango tree in there as well. Get them creeps. Trusty shovel farm with a razor.
Gold is a great conductor.
The all-knowing one guides me.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Help with the jungle a little bit more. That's always fun, like a Ion Talent level 7 is, even level 8 is just a bit like, oh, well, okay, I guess. Ooh, close escape there by the Chen. March just about getting out by the skin of his teeth. Unfortunately, his courier won't quite be so lucky. Meanwhile, Solo actually drops. Yeah, looks like it.
Radiant's bottom tower
See the fight recap. Yeah, a couple of meld, a fraction, a couple of traps. That's a dead hero.
So many couriers.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, it's not a good day to be a courier, that's to be said.
Dire have the spyglass at hand.
Really, I'll be honest, I'm never
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
0-0-1. 5-6.
Yeah, I mean, his goal, the reason they picked this hero is to disrupt the jungle, you know, to put pressure on. Unfortunately, no one's really in the jungle. They've had a decent enough time later. Okay, that's a nice flame break, though, throwing March back into resolution. They'll be able to grab a kill there for themselves. There are 4 heroes rotated down here, though, so you do kind of expect to kill them. Meanwhile, the top tower is being beaten in by Gabby. Sterling is getting a lot of work done.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
In a storm. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Dire's
Yeah, I think he and happy with that one though. They're being given more than they perhaps should this game.
Edged out.
Catapult, yeah. I was gonna say, if arrows.
So sick.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't. No, it would not.
That'd be amazing.
No, I disagree. I mean, it'd be pretty cool, you know, highlight reel stuff. Arrowing couriers, not the easiest thing in the world.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll spoil that shot.
Yeah. Well, that means a neutral creep or a or just like a straight up radiant creep killed it. But yeah, I'm wondering when that could happen. Sometimes it could be a stack. I'll jump to that in a second. Meanwhile, Gabby being chased down here. Resolution does not have the sight though, and Save also unable to help out. So Gabby's just chilling. He's chilling inside the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. No. Alright. Just thought I'd, you know, spice things up a bit.
Yeah, isn't it? I'm really surprised. I thought VP.
Yeah, they're just not really. They don't care. They're chilling. They feel very, very confident in their timings. They don't really want to push pressure too hard. Oh, safe. Maybe in some trouble here. Armel, can he finish the job? Can't seem to do so. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to mention is that sometimes when you stack Ancients, I don't think it happens with other creeps, but definitely with Ancients, if you stack them too hard, or if you stack them and then like they kind of get stuck somewhere weird, like maybe these two might have done on this Ancient camp, they can come out and kill your courier. We lost a lane in one of our games because the Ancients did that and then killed 3 of our couriers before we realized what was going on. Meanwhile, March, he's not looking too happy right now. He's going to pop the Hand of God, but Resolution just keeping pace easily, and we'll finish off March. And get one of his creeps as well. Very rude. Yeah, save me. It's not like they're hard to find. Nice, keeping them alive. Very, very efficient. Oh, big arrows. Yeah, no, I can see what you're saying there. The Batrider is going for a little bit of a looky around the backlines here, and they find KP. They managed to get that started too. Can they finish him off in time? Oh yes, they can. They just descend upon KP, and KP will be sacrificed. Yomi Knight goes down, along with the tier 1 tower in the middle lane as well. So now we start to see Virtus Pro pressing on the gas a little bit here, and trying to find a little bit of action on this map.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Is a great conductor.
Yeah.
So a little bit worried for these allowed to just free farm. The net worth are stagnate.
Yeah, you don't really expect that, do you? You expect it to keep on going. You know, you lose every lane, generally you lose the game. The mid game starts to go very rough for you, especially with the heroes they have, but that's just not been the snowballing attempt from Virtus Pro. And it's been nothing to do with TNC really playing around them too hard, I would say. I mean, obviously they've been farming in sensible places and everything like that, but they've not made any big mistakes which have allowed Virtus Pro to get anything on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant structures are fortified.
Dire's middle tower is under.
Yeah, Bandon's passive really opens things up for Epileptic Kid to get those all-important further stacks on the tower and just starts to chunk away at it.
Tower is under attack.
It's me.
The rest inside, they both already done.
Those big magic nukes of purification. Yeah, I mean, Mirana can do a bit, especially if she goes, well, she's not going Master in this game. It's definitely a Spirit Vessel game for old Mirani.
I stand for the light.
Yeah, this is a dead Terrorblade. Gabby is chopped up by a Epileptic Kid. Good night, Terrorblade. Sweet dreams. That's top lane looking rather tempting. Or maybe even Roshan. They're in the pit. Solo's here. Epileptic Kid's make his way over. We all know one after pushing in mid very deep is on his run as well.
Yeah, one team on the other.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, finally we see it.
Tower can't handle this deluge.
Yeah, very tricky to find this one. Whose is it? So it belongs to the Radiant. Yeah.
Is about to flounder.
That's nice. And yeah, Bat no longer with flying vision whenever he uses Firefly. So that means that he's not going to be able to see this unless he goes right over the top of it. But most teams have clocked onto this now. They're able to deward it pretty easily.
Radiant's top tower just got sent to the bottom.
Really tight, Hunter.
I love what March is doing. Kind of just staying on the other side. When enemy goes.
Ah, okay. Yeah, just keeping the money. Money coming in. Keep him safe whilst he's doing so. Throwing his heroes around the map. Still. Gold lead for Virtus Pro, whilst small, is significant. See what they can turn it into.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
How many towers I got left to take? There's a tier 2 at mid, and then there's the tier 2 at top as well. Both relatively unharmed for now. And of course, Roshan, that all-important Roche just sitting there. So tempting inside his pit. 18 minutes in, can they? I mean, I'm sure they can take it on Virtus Pro, right? Oh, huge arrow onto the troll waller, but a bad interior behind him.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Surrender to the
Yeah, they have, haven't they? Yeah, they've got it. It's gone. Can't get the mangoes if they're in the lava unless you've got a courier, so it's going to be a nice barbecued mango. A delicacy, nonetheless.
Is drowning.
Well, arrow's going to come flying through, connects onto the Underlord. Tim's going to try and throw some spells in, but now they run forward. Solo, though, is bro time immediately pop. They're just running up the high ground right now, and they're into the shrine. Lash onto the TA. Can they finish the job? Not with the G out. That kid's actually in a lot of trouble. Going to have to pop this ultimate and try and fight up into them right now. And Armel is just melting, but not quickly enough. Down he will go eventually, though. Athletic Kid does die immediately as that ultimate ends. However, TNC, they're not looking too unhealthy right now. Solo could be in some trouble with a neutral creep start to take a chunk out of him. He runs himself south. Looks like there won't be enough follow, or at least no catch, in order to finish the job here. Arrow, okay, was a little bit off the mark there. So, with the troll dead though, it kind of shuts down that Roche attempt.
Troll. Die. You can't lifesteal, but it's doing it.
Yeah. And Tim's being run down up here in the top lane. Save has found one. Resolution's coming in for his piece of the meat as well. But Tim's not an awfully long time here, but unfortunately not quite long enough. And now Resolution just waddling forwards, looking for more. Hello, KP. KP? Okay. That seems a little bit aggressive, Armel. Let's see what the plan is. Don't worry, this is Armel's master plan coming into play. There you go, straight into the Omni Knight. He's going to repel him, heal him up. Yeah, okay, alright. And that was his master plan, to get KP killed. Take that. Cool.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Is a dragon up to my house?
Roche pit, let's go. Virtus Pro. They're just taking their checkboxes. What do they do with this one? This is the first for a chance. This means it's the outer towers. Oh, they've only got one left. Could be a high ground Aegis. Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is
True.
under pressure.
Well, Solo's actually been brought down by Armel. Armel now trying to go for the TP out. He's got to make this happen, but unfortunately there's a lasso out onto him, and this is a dead TA. Not really worth it. Solo more than happy to die for this one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's the big strats, the master plan.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this danger. Radiant's middle tower just keeled over. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
So, Virtus Pro, seems like the plan for them is just to kind of cut off all the middle lane. They've actually got the Omni Knight thrown up into the air with the Yules. Sight Link stealing a whole ton of damage, up to 200 now. Gonna keep on chasing, and now beautiful Pit of Malice coming in to hold them back, but the GA's actually popped from KP. They're not gonna stop here, Virtus Pro. They just keep on going. They brought down March, and now look at this tower. This is looking like a very easy tower with 222 attack damage stolen on the Razor. They're gonna break high ground. It's just out of here. TNC, I mean, you guys have got to get back, but Gabby, he's finding himself some precious jungling time. One melee rack. Yeah.
I sense a connection between us.
Just keep farming. They are indeed. Everybody is up, but they just decide they can't attack. Oh no, a lasso again. What a catch from Say, finding the big beans target. That is so costly. 50 seconds. Oh dear. Oh dear. That is what they need. That is the point of this Omni Knight, and it's just not happening. Arrow comes flying through, missing onto all. Terrorblade's losing his health, but is able to get himself back safely. At least safely enough. Creeps pushed out for the time being, but they don't even care. They don't even need them. They're just going to go through backdoor, and now they've got creeps coming in through the mid. The backdoor protection's going down. Arrow comes flying through. They can catch it. It's fine. Solo's behind. There you go, buddy. Wake up. Yeah, he's easy. He's chill. 2 minutes of ages left, so no chance of that. Save, okay, alright, that's going to be something. You know, the Skadi Terrorblade takes apart the Batrider. Immediate buyback from Tim's after that one as well. Resolution, he's just going to go for the TP away. See you later, boys.
Hey, rats, and
More of me to hate.
they'll take that.
Yeah, still got Aegis, still got Cheese. Could do the same thing within the next hour and minute and 30. Oh yeah, first rush. My bad. They might have Cheese. Yeah. There maybe catering has given them some little snacks whilst they play.
I just think really bad.
Come in to the omniscience.
Then
No sorceries avail.
I want VP to lose. No one's not using a shovel. Not happy about that, to be honest with you. Yeah, he's forced into the pit. He's in an awkward position, being bounced around all over the place. He's got the Heavenly Grace to throw onto himself, but I think Virtus Pro are going to be bringing him down all the same. That is a very dead Omni.
Dire's bottom tower couldn't withstand the tide.
It's only a 4-day goal. I'll take 5.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Yep, I feel like TNC are going to be forced into a fight they really don't want to take right now. They've got 16 seconds on the Aegis runs out, but they will lose the barracks in that time, so they're forced to go into this one, which is just not the play. But now they have to make it. Armel caught out, getting all of his damage taken away. The GA comes out, and they will run forward. KP just running at them. Please, sir, stop hitting our barracks. Hit me instead. Look at how tasty I look. But Epileptic Kid, he's got his eyes on one thing, and it is that building, and they will take it down. There's your Mega. Down goes March. March fires back. Gabby trying to fight on the front lines right now. He does have a Sagati, but with no Armel. The fight is hard. They've got the buyback on Armel if they want to use it. Gabby goes for the Thunder play, gets it onto Epileptic Kid, now turns around, starts heading up the Razor, but Razor is absolutely fine. Turning it around, he's got a static link onto him as well, and a beautiful pick, gonna hold them still. Into the high ground we go. Solo just gonna tank the fountain, heal himself up. March gets demolished once again. Solo, okay. He does die to the fountain, and Resolution's pressing the back button a little bit here. A bit of control Z, and see you later.
What are you doing?
I stand for the light.
Yep. A little eye of hope for Gabby. Unfortunately, Gabby could actually be in some trouble. He's running out at them. He's saying, hey, I want to fight you, not you fight me. There you go. Have a craggy coat, sir. Thank you very much. Wear it with pride.
Is a great conductor.
Would you wear a coat made of rocks? What do you need armor in real life for? Are there that many people trying to beat you up on the street?
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
All right.
Radiant's top
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You guys don't realize how bad it is. You know, sometimes you just lock eyes with someone and you just kind of go, Remainer, Brexiter, and then you just start sword dueling in the middle of the street. It's yeah. Yeah, they're going for the game. I mean, yeah, I was like, they're gonna go for the pick off on TA and then break high ground. They don't need to kill the TA to break high ground. They're just gonna run at them. No one just sprinting into his face right now. The Hurricane Pike will break the static link, but down goes the Omni Knight. KP once again just throwing his body at Zerda's Pro time and time again. Doesn't need to be effective strategy. Now the Abyssal Blade comes down onto the Templar Assassin. She's getting chopped up. Good night, miss. That is 90 seconds on the sideline. They can look towards the Terrorblade now as well. Terrorblade trying to make it back to his fountain. He's just not allowed. A nice Sunder, but what does it matter? Arrow comes out as well, but the game is over. It's going to be a 2-0 for Virtus Pro. TNC put in a really risky position where possibly they might not be making it through. What position are they in? Do we know?